All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everyone, it's Model Affliction Monday. Wow, what's been going on at the minute? I honestly didn't expect to have this sort of an effect on them. Simple geometry, bringing a simple statement about level being a straight line on a horizontal plane, and pointing out that the horizon doesn't rise, can't do, because all the horizontals are parallel. So many simple statements seem to have brought... I think we've been around this arena too long, to be honest. I don't think they wanted us in here to start off with. I don't know why they brought us in for starters. Well, I do know because they got triggered by the statement at the beginning. And now, well, we're just debunking. I came in because I wanted to have a word with Jesse Kozlowski. I did have a word with Jesse Kozlowski, and unfortunately, Jesse Kozlowski isn't around anymore. I don't know how many other words he had with anybody after having the word with me before he had to disappear. It's unfortunate. Hopefully he might come back. I doubt it though. I think everybody knows that Jesse's not coming back. He talks to the I could say the main players, because I don't think that there are any other experts or professionals within this field of globe. Dogmatic globe anyway. I mean, I'm not too sure where the dogmatic globe experts are. It can't be people like Blue Marble Science. I don't know who else. Definitely not Simon Dan. He's clueless. So I don't know where the who the globe experts are, where they are. The dogmatic globe experts, obviously. We know about the real globe. But the dogmatic globe, there is none. I think we might be the actual experts. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I don't know. I don't know. We might be. Who knows? If anybody knows, anybody that knows any more geometrically about the dogmatic globe, like where all of the numbers came from and all that, let us know. We're on about trying to talk to normal people as well. If you can make it as simple as possible, then that's all well and good. I'm hoping that we might be able to go over some stuff about the reciprocal zenith angles, but I'm waiting until there is somebody who knows something about it first. It's not worth talking to anybody that hasn't got a clue about whatever it is. So I don't think Jesse Kozlowski can explain it. I think that's why he left. He left it with Blue Marble Science. Larry Scott obviously had a good go at going over it, but I think it's sort of an extension of Eratosthenes, Sticks and Shadows, which is one of the things we're going to be going over tonight. One of the first videos of a friend of ours. He did Eratosthenes. Because the debunking that we are now doing, we're now into, gives us a chance to go over all of these things. We've already had the illogical argument of Eratosthenes explained to us by Beddy. He's a new Blue Marble scientist on the roll, and he explained how illogical it is to assume straight parallel lines for light, which puts the light in a different position, but it's assumed to be parallel, whilst trying to say that perpendiculars aren't parallel, which is another one of the things that they're going over with the reciprocal zenith angles. It's another way of them trying to prove that perpendiculars aren't perpendicular. They're getting rid of perpendiculars. I don't think they realise the consequences of it. We had a rather strange weekend where there was a lot of horizontal bending. Let me have a check and see if some of these things in the chat. Oh, debate tomorrow, 5 o'clock, hopefully. Oh, this was a good one we've got a copy image. I don't know if anybody knows Ben on tour. I don't know where he came from. He came from a different Discord server. We're talking about Euclid. Oh, obviously, because that's where we get our axioms and stuff from. It says it's an axiom that's disproven by a curved surface. So we need to be specific about when it applies. He thinks it's very uncontroversial, except for in here. And I say, do you think you can disprove the triangle axiom in reality? And Ben says yes. It's unfortunate that Ben's a text chat troll and he'll never be able to come into chat to explain it. But yeah, look at that. He can disprove an axiom. Fundamental axiom of mathematics, now able to be disproved.
Oh, and mind you, not by an actual proper professional mathematician or anything like that throughout history, but some random text chat troll in a Discord server can do it.
Yeah. Do you know how he does it? Drawing lines on a beach ball with a marker pen. Because that's how you do it nowadays. And this is what we've got to get ready for. So long. It's going to be a hard couple of weeks. Blue marble science is very sure. But what I'm even more certain of is the fact that you are desperately trying to shift the focus away from the obvious curvature in the elevation profiles of the tube pads to a debate over the positioning of the tangent plane of the arms of LIGO lying. And I'm not having it. This is blue marble. I'm not having it. In the weeks to come, see, I'm going to totally expose this dishonest BS on your part, me, whether it's through sheer ignorance or intentional deception, because your audience, that's you guys listening, needs to see who they're dealing with. Blue marble science, I think. Get ready for some serious damage control, Beth.
Well, if he's going to do it through sheer ignorance or intentional deception, I'm sure there can be I'm not sure there can be any damage done.
It says, you know, have you seen LIGO?
I've seen FE dogmas, you know.
Yeah, but you know what LIGO is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, he says, I'm very sure, but what I'm even more certain of is the fact that I'm desperately trying to shift the focus away from the obvious curvature in the elevation profiles of the tune pads.
Yeah, I think he must have tagged you by mistake. I think he was trying to tag FE dogma.
Where's the curvature? Like, he says there's obvious curvature. They're concrete pads.
Obvious means you can visibly spot it.
The pads are straight though, right?
Yeah, horizontal.
So why would there be obvious curvature in straight concrete pads? I mean, I don't know what he's talking about, to be honest. But apparently I'm deceiving everyone.
Oh, I'm reading it the other way. He says, I am going to totally expose, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Whether it's through sheer ignorance or intentional deception, meaning he's going to expose through sheer ignorance or intentional deception.
Yeah,
that's why I said I'm not sure he can do any damage with that.
Yeah. He thinks I'm trying to get away from the obvious curvature in the elevation profiles. Well, I would say, again, I don't know how many times I have to say this. If they're straight concrete pads, then the elevation profiles won't show curvature because they're not curved. I don't know where the obvious curvature is meant to be. If it's an elevation of something that's straight, where's the curvature going to be? I mean, he can have his slopes, 4 foot up this way, 4 foot down that way. I don't get where the curvature is.
No, that's a doozy.
But Blue Marble's going to expose it through sheer ignorance or deception somehow. It'd have to, right? It would definitely have to be him trying to expose something. Or I don't know. It is Pride Month. He's a very proud man. Blue Marble Science. A very, very, very proud man. And then there's a load of other stuff with FE Dogma, but I feel FE Dogma's... I can't bring myself to go over any of FE Dogmas because it's just that ridiculous. Like, he's telling me that there's curvature of LIGO. But I think they're conflating elevation with curvature. Because Blue Marble seems to think there's an elevation there of the paths, of the arms sloping. But now he's trying to say that it curves as well. That's conflating elevation with curvature, like Buster was singing about. Must be. Right, so I don't think we're ready for any geometry or anything. It's just... Hope you're listening in, Blue. Good on you. We're going to go back. Model Affliction Monday. Again. Who's the first person to ever measure, I think? That's right. Everybody knows this. Even all the school kids know this, don't they? It's one of the things you get taught at school. Put it in the chat if you know, everyone. Don't forget. That's right. Eratosthenes. I don't know how many other ways there are of saying it. Let me get this... right, this is look at this. Eratosthenes measuring the circumference of the earth. Let me go back a bit because it's Blue Marble Science. We're here again.
Seems like Blue Marble has a lot of jackass moments.
Well, these are his these live videos are great because when you look at them, they've got how we make real measurements, and then here's Bev, and here's Mike again. Spherical excess measurements, 4 hours. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, except, literally, except, there's an exception. It's a couple of videos about me. Here's another one with 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 me. And look at all of these ones here, look. Level isn't horizontal. Level definitely not horizontal. Level isn't horizontal. Level isn't horizontal. Level isn't horizontal. Another one with me. It's not as if he's got an obsession with it or anything, like. There's a load of Cavendish stuff there. So in his videos as well, they're all about people. He has to go after people. Do you know the difference between pi and spherical pi?
Yes.
Bev's line. He's got loads of them. Me, here's another one of me. There's Brian. Eric. Pete and Pete. QE. He's Donkey. He likes Donkey. Brian, me, Nathan, Brian, Rachie, Sleeping Warrior, Einstein. I don't know why he went after Einstein. And Newton. Sleeping Warrior, Brian, Rachie, Nathan. There's loads. Always people. There's another Brian there. He likes Brian's. Loads of these people. Oh, there's Arwin, Bob, Sleeping Warrior, Arwin. He really does. He's a people person, this Blue Marble. Gleam. Don't ever say that he doesn't sort of like let everybody else join in with his stuff when he's doing it. So this is the very first video ever from Blue Marble Science. This is like a piece of history.
Hey everybody.
Hey everybody.
Welcome to Blue Marble Science. We're going to have some fun today.
We're going to have some fun today. That's a promise right from the start. From his channel opening up. Ready for this?
We're going to measure the circumference of the Earth.
We're going to measure the circumference of the Earth. That's right, we are. With a bit of fun.
With a stick.
With a stick. Sorry, that was on the video. I don't know. 14 seconds in. It's already got somebody screaming.
Okay, so let's get going. This is about Eratosthenes, of course. A poet.
It's about Eratosthenes, but now I don't know if anybody's ever looked into Eratosthenes. I think he's the guy that burnt down the Library of Alexandria. I would put that as his claim to fame. Or he was the fella that was in charge of the Library of Alexander when it got burnt down. I'm not saying he did it. Just the stories that were going round. There was rumours. So, do you want to hear about it?
A mathematician, but the guy that is most noted for measuring the circumference of the Earth the very first time.
The very first time. So this guy is the guy that measured the circumference of the Earth the very first time.
That's Eratosthenes you see there on the right, the guy in the red bathrobe. And there's a guy in a blue bathrobe. We don't really know who he is.
He's got two guys. He's got a picture of some guys in bathrobes.
And they're looking at a globe, and I'm pretty sure that's a dog on that globe. Can you see it?
Can you see it?
See what I'm looking at? The dog. That is a dog on that globe. I swear that looks just like a dog to me.
It's a dog.
Uh-oh.
Yep. All right. That's...
You everyone see that?
To me, it seems like the guy on the right is like trying to push away the globe to get closer to that book. They seem like being very interested in that book.
Yeah, he's got his hand on something. I wouldn't say it's a globe.
Well, if it has a dog on
something with a dog on it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what sort of thing is you talking about, a globe or just some round object. If that's what you're calling a globe, then fair enough. It's got a dog on it, though. Please point it out. Everybody can make sure of that.
It's computer
for dogma
imagery for
dogma. Yeah, the dogma. Dogma globe. Dog on my globe.
Let's get back to the story.
I don't even know why he did
Eratosthenes
that.
was living in Alexandria, Egypt, and he knew about a well in a city about 500 miles south of him, where every year on the summer solstice, the sun would be reflected in the water at the bottom of that well, which meant that the sun had to be directly overhead. Now,
it's a legend of a well 500 miles away that Eratosthenes has heard about. As far as stories go, right, it is BC, couple of 100 years, so the stories will have gone, right? There's a chance that this has been made up, right? There is a big, massive chance that Eratosthenes wasn't even a real dude. There's not much known about him, and probably everything that is known about him has been entirely made up. So just put that in. Go on.
When he's done, Bev, when he's done, I'm going to use the same sticks and shadows to disprove his globe.
Well, I don't know whether you could disprove, but hey, are you going to have a go today?
Yeah, if we're going to use logic and their two-dimensional model, their two-dimensional globe, then yeah, it's pretty easy. You might get a kick out of it, but I want to hear his ass.
Okay, yeah, it's about 13 minutes. This it's just a little brief interlude. So here we go, telling the story about a guy who probably didn't even.
Eratosthenes knew how far it was from where he lived to the well because they measured that every year.
They measured it every year.
Make sure it doesn't change till next
Every year. Yeah, every year. Like, it's one of the traditional things. 500 miles. That's how they know it.
I don't know why they measured it every year. It seems like it would have been easier just to write it down. But anyway.
Like, he's making this up, isn't he?
They're making it up. You know, whether he's making it up, you know, that remains to be seen. But they're making it up 500 miles. They supposedly had somebody who stepped it off. You know, that should be like the Golden Road, the Golden Globe Road. I want to see this 500-mile road that somebody walked. And I'm still trying to find somebody who's proved distances past the I don't know, but
very good at pacing. They had people who could pace very well in sand, because that'd be really hard, wouldn't it? Can you imagine being able to pace yourself in sand?
Yeah, in sand. That's funny,
totally
man.
Believable. Totally believable.
It shouldn't they have mile markers? That should have been like the world's first mile markers. Where'd they go?
Well, not miles, was it? It was Stadia. Nobody knew how long a Stadia was, so they might have been. We don't know.
That's a good point.
Eratosthenes reasoned that since he knew that distance, and if he could measure the angle to the sun at solar noon where he lived, he would then be able to calculate the total circumference of the Earth.
He reasoned. This is why, one of the reasons I don't think he ever exactly lived. Or at least not this. Like, you wouldn't reason that you could measure an angle to the sun. Betty told us it's completely illogical, the actual process for the method. But apparently, Blue Marble says this guy reasoned it. He reasoned an illogical thing.
This is how he did it.
This is how he did it, look.
He reasoned that since he knew that location of the well, all he needed to do was make a...
Can you see the location of the well?
Like in the picture.
Yeah. It's there. Everybody, you can see the location of the well. Because that's how wells work, isn't it? On the side of a ball. A really big ball.
A measurement when the sun was directly overhead. That
Overhead.
would be, for him, the summer solstice, which, and it so happened that the well was right on the Tropic of Cancer. The other thing he needed was a stick in the ground at his location and an old Greek guy to measure the length of the shadow. Now, if you have the height of the stick and the length of the shadow, you then know what angle alpha is. And if you know what angle alpha is, that's the same thing as alpha that describes the 2 points on Earth that we're looking at. Now all you need is a little simple.
Can you see what? Can you see that? Can you see what he did there? I don't even know whether he saw what he did.
I was busy reading what he's writing on the left there.
Well, look, you've got angle alpha, which is the same as angle here.
Oh, what do you know?
That good. It's like that's the same as that angle there. Do you know how that works? You need two parallel lines for that to occur like that. This one here and this one here. Parallel lines.
Yep.
Geometric parallel lines. That's how you can internalize this angle here. Sort of like an Alberuni, but a bit more primitive. Not as well, it's a bit more blatant, isn't it? Like, it's there for you to see. All you have to do is look at that and go, well, we know how geometry works, so opposite angles, they're the same. You just move that one over here.
Is he saying that that is the center of something?
I think, yeah, you just move it to the center. That's how his Eratosthenes decided he's going to do this. It's trickery.
Oh, have you read the text though on the left?
I think he's going to tell us.
Okay.
Simple arithmetic, some basic geometry, and voila, you can come up with the circumference of the Earth. Just that simple.
Oh, wait a minute. He didn't read it, did he? Voila, you can come up with the circumference of the Earth. Just basic, simple geometry, right? Just moving an angle, using parallel lines, like Euclid does. Making the measurement is simple. For any latitude, either north or south, or of a known point where the sun is directly over the head at solar noon, the length of the shadow cast by a stick will define the sun angle. And the complement of that angle then represents the angular portion of the Earth between those 2 points. Between those points. 2 points. Eratosthenes went about making his measurements using nothing more than a stick, a little simple arithmetic, and some basic geometry. Basic geometry.
How long was the stick?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A stick.
Geometry. Hey, even funnier than that. If you take the measurements of a plane, and I just posted it in live chat, and you go you subtract 7 degrees would be 490 miles. So I just did like 7.2, subtracted that from 90, and put it on a flat plane to check the distance. And what do you know? 500 miles. I think it's like 500.1 miles. 0.5 miles in a few 500 miles in a few feet. Yeah. What are the odds?
The angle has to be done on a plane anyway. Now, the strange thing about what Blue Marble's showing here is that angle is measured in a vertical plane.
Exactly. But when you do the vertical plane, the point in what I'm saying is that these distances aren't really becoming apparent until you get a good long ways off. Within 500 miles, there's no way anybody pacing could even do the same walk twice, even on concrete, for one. For two, it's almost identical to a plane. Over that distance, they didn't prove shit. Even if I was trying to argue for flat Earth, I couldn't use that as an argument. It's ridiculous they try and use this. But I just figured I'd run the numbers. And so I just did the angle that they claim. And I did the to see what it came up with in a right triangle calculator. And yeah, 500. So same shit, even if the Earth was perfectly level.
It's straight line, right? That 500 miles is a straight line. Has to be.
Yep.
For the calculations to work.
Yep.
Also, this vertical plane that they're using to measure that angle to put in the thing, are you aware that there are no horizontals, lines perpendicular to it? You can't have a perpendicular. to the globe model vertical plane?
Impossible.
Impossible, not possible. So none of this actually works outside of Euclidean geometry. And if you're using Euclidean geometry, you don't put wells sideways. They don't work. Water doesn't do that. Water doesn't. You can't put buckets into wells sideways.
And
No.
before you press play, he at the very end he puts that he used some basic geometry, and not to make this complicated, the most basic thing you have to do anything with is the straight line, and that will turn out to be your unit, that first radius, the unit 1. Well, in this case he doesn't have that. In this case he has a stick of unknown length.
Yeah.
That's his basic geometry. His stick length is his unit of measure, and he does not know the length of his stick.
It's so ironic. I mean, it's just like ironic for me that today I put a 1 meter, well, a 37-inch stick in the ground, a copper pipe actually, and leveled it off. And I tracked the sun. I'm checking the azimuths and how erratic the azimuths are in different places. And I'm trying to get other people to join me, but it's just crazy that I look at your stream and that's what you're covering. But yeah, I mean, even if what they said, you know, they should be able to do their math with a chord line. Why would they have to go down to the to the center of the earth? Just do the basic math, do a chord line, but it doesn't work. Their shit don't work if they do an actual straight line, even on their globe. The chord line gives them faulty numbers. Look into it.
You'd need a measurement first if you want to start off calculating, right? You'd need to have some numbers, and he doesn't have the length of his stick. I'm sorry.
Right. Well, it puts the sun like 997. I mean, if you went by their absurd distances or numbers and whatnot, it gives a number of like 900,000 miles or something like that if you do it one certain way, and which is probably why Newton come up with like around 1 million miles and said it doesn't matter if you call it 1 million miles to the sun or a gajillion miles. He's like they all work the same. No, the fact of the matter is you can't do that. If you're going to use the exact math, then and your Earth's a globe, then you have to be able to do the math from a chord line. But that gives, like I said, it's wrong, way wrong.
I think you're missing it. Newton is correct. It does actually not matter how far away you say the sun is, because you don't know the length of your stick. You have nothing.
Yeah. All
Well, I knew
you've
the
got
length of
is
the stick.
parallel. The assumption of parallel.
Yeah.
Euclidean.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But to let you carry back on with the show is no, because I believe even back then the story was they were trying to claim it's further, but that's not what the math says. Like I knew the length of my stick. It was 37 inches, and the math tells you one thing. And yeah, you could say, well, it's further than that, but that's all it's going to give you. It's infinite distance. So, I mean, you can make claims, but they can't prove any of that shit. But yeah, let me let it carry on. Let me step back.
May I make
Yeah.
a notion about parallel rays? In that scenario, this so-called experiment, if there is assumption of distant sun, which creates these parallel lines incoming, you can have only assumption that the sun is the size of this distance between these 2 points. There is no
That's a good point.
necessity to make the sun so bigger than Earth, because if you have this let's say this 800 kilometers, let's say, whatever. So if rays are incoming parallel, you can assume only that the sun is no less than that distance. But it doesn't mean that it is so huge as heliocentric model assumes.
It's everywhere.
So it may be sun like 800 kilometers in diameter. It would suffice a parallel rays incoming. So there is no, it doesn't prove any globe claim in heliocentric model, because you can say easily that in that scenario, in that experiment, that sun is just the size of that distance.
What we should do, man, is take 20 people on the beach, or space them out like 100 yards apart, and have them look straight up and point at the sun, and hang a plumb bob, like zeroing out right at the center of everybody's eyes, and measuring the distance from the top of that plumb bob to the bottom. Like everybody's going to be pointing to a different spot in reality. I don't just throwing some shit out there.
Okay, let's carry on.
Now all you need is a little simple arithmetic, some basic geometry, and voila, you can come up with the circumference of the Earth. Just that simple. We wanted to make some observations and duplicate Eratosthenes' method of doing this. I wanted to do it at 2 different latitudes. So I got solicited some help out of Bob the Science Guy.
Bob.
And I made measurements here in East Tennessee at a latitude of about 36 degrees north. Bob made his measurements in northern Michigan at about 44 degrees north latitude. And of course we got our distances to the equator simply using Google Earth.
Google Earth.
Simply using their model. We simply used our model, which we built off of the angles to the sun, and then double checked it. And what do you know? It worked. So the way we built the model using these angles, we double checked, and yeah, they checked out. Voila. I think voila is like caveman for Eureka or something.
Yeah, we definitely backward engineered the results from the thing, because that's how we put them in the first place. So again,
and this is the same what Copernicus did.
Yeah,
because he admitted that, and in preface to that, this guy who was translating admitted that what Copernicus did is just reversing mathematics. So this Ptolemaic model just reversed into new model mathematically.
Yeah, you can think about it either way. It doesn't really make any difference. They're both the same, but we're going to stop looking at it that way and we're going to look at it this way.
Yeah.
Simple. It's a bit similar to some of the other stuff that we're going to be going over soon to do with the model. Terrible.
And what we did...
So here we go. Oh.
Wow, Blue.
There must have been something bad there, eh, Blue? You're not going to make any videos out of me.
Why he's ashamed?
Yeah, I don't know, Blue. Come on.
What I missed? What I missed, Bill?
Blue's took his video down. You saw it here live. Hey, Blue Marble Science.
That screams confidence in what you're saying, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You don't want someone else to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Blue.
Confidence.
To take down every time you got something wrong is like, that strikes me as a person who can't be wrong. Don't ever tell me I'm wrong. I'm always right. If you find one little hole and they just remove it like it never happened. Come on, Blue.
Blue Marble Science, don't do that. We appreciate your work here. So.
Bring it back. Should we do another one?
Hell yeah. I think he ran my numbers up the right. I think he ran my numbers. He heard you talking, Bev.
Let's get down another one.
Let's have a look. What else are we going to do? Videos. What are we out with at the minute? Has he done one on the reciprocal zenith angles?
That'd be good. That'd be a good one. Yeah, he has.
What about LIGO?
No, wait, let's do reciprocal. think you did a short one on reciprocal zenith angles. That'd be great to go over. That's a funny
plumb
one.
lines are not parallel. 16 minutes. Here we go.
He'll pull that for sure.
Come on, get this one down, Blue. See if you can keep this one going, right? There we go. Here's one. Next one for Blue Marble. It's called Reciprocal Zenith Angles, Blue. See how quick you can go. 7 months ago. Let's go. Blue Marble Science. Round 2. Ching ching.
Yank yank.
You don't need to see
One
that.
of the better ways that we can
Oh. I haven't slowed this down, all right?
Blue Marble Science.
This
You
is
know,
Blue Marble Science
reciprocal
talking
zenith
about it.
angles show us that plumb lines are not parallel.
Yeah.
Now, you're probably thinking, okay, who cares? Well, I'll tell you why I care. I think this is one of the better ways that we can demonstrate that the Earth cannot be flat. And I'm going to show you how that works in this video.
Well, obviously, yeah, it's not flat, Blue. I mean, come on.
Can we make a point though at the beginning before he gets any further? Can we make a point to all the Glovers watching who think that turning the auto level 180 degrees is reciprocal zenith angles? Can we clear that? Can we clear that up for him, Bev?
Well, yeah, he did that. If you want to get rid of any curvature in your area, what you do is you get an auto level and you just turn it round through 180 degrees, and that wipes out all curvature in your local area. So yeah,
This is very. I would say that this is very cheap method. I would think even that you don't need auto level. Just you can turn around and get rid of curvature.
well, if you
Maybe.
know there's been a guy, a surveyor there with an auto level that has turned it around, then you can be pretty sure that there's not going to be any curvature there for you to find.
Right, but they confuse differential with reciprocal, and reciprocal means like shooting back at the central point. The differential would be like turning the auto level 180. But yeah, I guess they could try and use either one as proof. But
No, differential is just telling the difference between the levels, the measured vertical
Right.
difference between the two. Reciprocal is taken from two opposing points at each other in order to establish a horizontal over the large distance. It's all for the same thing.
Reciprocal in this sense, yeah, you'd need one of the arms of the angle to be shared between both angles.
That's the idea.
Well, I only say that because when I've been asking them if all the foundations I've built and all the curbs and walls, if I build them level, and they keep saying reciprocal, like, are you doing it reciprocal angles? Like, I'm just trying to clear that up, like to make sure they understand it. That no, we're not. That's not the way that works. But anyway.
Well, I suppose you could reciprocate them, like we're going to do at Bedford. It just means looking at each other from both sides. Well done. Blue Marble Chance coming to chat. Well, good on you, Blue. Are you all right with this one? You didn't want us going over the Aristophanes. And was it the Hilly Billy music at the beginning that you did? I think it was.
Now, some people still claim that level and horizontal are the same thing. In other words, the Earth is flat.
No, Blue, this is where you get it very wrong. The Earth is not flat. But level is horizontal, right? You can use a horizontal level to let you know for sure that the Earth's not flat. Surprising that somebody like you, Blue Marble Science, the head honcho of this guy, would think something like that. It doesn't.
I wonder if we
equate the two.
What if we measured a gradual slope, like in reality, like say over maybe close to a flat or something, and it matched the globe mathematics? Like if we were just to gauge the level, and we did find a spot that sloped at like 8 inches per mile square, like a parabola, like over like a couple hundred miles, would that like create a hole in the universe for Globers? Like, would their brains scramble like a Jeopardy board? What would you even call that? The great conundrum?
I wouldn't know, because I don't think the dogmatic globe mind really cares what anybody else thinks. They've got their dogma.
but we could measure that. Like I could replicate an 8-inch per mile squared drop over however many miles you know, if you hired me or contracted me, I could literally lay out 8 inches per mile squared over whatever distance you like. I mean, if you wanted to go far, it would take me a while. It'd take me a little longer, but if you just wanted to go a few miles, you know, I could do it within a couple days, and I could show you what that slope looks like, right?
Yeah,
Would you
I don't
agree?
think they bother what you do, right? That's the point. It doesn't really matter what you do for these people. They will always just have their dogma. That you can't override the dogma. They can write their own dogma, like they are doing at the minute.
What would they call that though? Like if I were to take a 200-mile stretch of land, or no, let's be real. Let's say I were to take a 30 or 40-mile stretch of land, and I were to survey it out and grade it to have 8-inch per mile square drop over let's just say the 20 miles. What would they call that? Like, and what would water, in their mind, what would water do if we poured it on top of that? I mean, these are good questions, man.
You know what they would do. They would call what you did an elevation change.
Yeah, of course they would.
Would they call it
is an
double Earth
elevation
curve?
change anyway? Blue marble
Yeah.
Would it be-
on LIGO.
So if I lay out a straight line and then right next to it, I lay out a stretch 20 miles, 8 inches per mile squared. And then on the other side of the straight line, I did a concave, like an opposite, and I did it inverse 8 inches per mile squared. So what the fuck would they say about that? If I had a straight line of like stakes or land that I graded off a strip, and then I had a strip matching curvature, and then one inverted. Then what? I mean, there's no end to how far you could take this. Would they call that other than double Earth curve? And they'd say that straight line we laid out that we know is straight because we do it all the time. I mean,
They'd say, thank you, Brian, for proving the dogmatic globe to us.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, that's what they'd do. Blue would love it. He'd make a few videos about it. He'd say, look, this is another one of the proofs that they have of the globe.
He'd reciprocate it. He'd reciprocate it.
They can't have any actual proofs of their globe. They can only let other people take pictures or do things and then say that is proof of the globe, even though that they don't have proofs of anything.
He'd drive sticks and measure shadows on it.
I have a question. I have a proof relating to verticals without going into detail. Is there any chance in anybody's mind that what Blue Marble's video is on right now is more of a response to a certain argument that they've been faced with rather than some original dogma that they just came up with by themselves?
Yeah, I think so. This is the big stolen concept. We've been telling Wally about this for ages. We've been asking loads of them to come in and talk to us because this literally is a stolen concept. I can't imagine why these guys are actually attempting to do this. They can't see the reason Jesse's
It's a red herring, man. He's right. It's from Blackpool, but instead of addressing your Blackpool tower in the background argument, it's literally a red herring video. Like, so it is a response, but it's like a red herring response because it's off topic to if they were truly trying to respond.
No,
to your
this isn't Blackpool. This is Jesse Kozlowski. Blue Marble needs Jesse Kozlowski to come back because this is Jesse and Larry and the guy who probably doesn't live in Maine. There's only those three people that have ever done this. And a lot of other people have took it on and decided they'll also have a go at measuring angles to lights in the sky and doing all of this sort of stuff. Well, they can't see what it is that's actually going on with this. This is why I think this is, if you're going to take one down, Blue, I'd have a go at this one myself. Unless you're hoping that we can draw Jesse Kozlowski back out. Which I'm hoping we can too. Well, sorry.
Oh, the reason I wanted to bring that up as his video is clearly a response to something, let's just say, That makes his entire video a fallacious video. Bulverism, as it's called, psychogenetic fallacy. Inferring why an argument is being used, associating it to some psychological reason, then assuming it is invalid as a result. That is what he is doing. I'm pointing it out now. He has, of course, heard throughout his entire life that verticals are parallel. And yes, I made that claim. Come at me. This is a response to that, a direct response to that. No, they cannot be parallel. They have to be not parallel. So yes, this is just bulverism. Blue. Come to the voice chat if you want to talk about it.
Yeah. This is a claim. Some people claim that level is horizontal. Like all dictionaries, every surveyor I've ever talked to, every real surveyor I've ever talked to, everybody really that I've ever talked to, everybody understands that level has to be horizontal. It can't be anything else. There's no other way for it to be anything else. Yet Blue Marble states that equates to the Earth being flat, which it obviously doesn't. But Blue Marble's trying to make that association. Now, Blue Marble has to fight against level being horizontal because he's made that association. He shouldn't have.
Have they claimed a distance yet? And when they do claim a distance, will you pause it for a split second and we clarify that? Because I want to run the numbers on that just for the hell of it.
Okay.
Because I ain't even got started yet.
Oh, he's good, terrible with his distances. I think that may be one of the things that they do.
They've become less willing to call themselves flat earthers. They know what that.
We're not flat earthers, Blue. Will you let people who know that level is horizontal are not flat earthers? They may call themselves flat earthers if they want to, but they know for a fact the Earth is not flat. You can't know that level is horizontal and know that the Earth's flat. It doesn't work.
Not to, of course, mention the obviously ridiculous equivocation going on, saying if horizontal and level are the same, then the Earth is flat. Like, that is a completely ridiculous and fallacious argument, Blue. I mean, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Blue Marble science. That's not much. That's no science involved in that. It's just claiming something that isn't. You've made a wrong assumption yourself, and now you're going to be forced into a position to have to prove that level isn't horizontal, which is terrible. I don't know why they let you get in its position.
I just had a wild out moment, man. I just had a wild out moment. So if I take my auto level and if I lay out a long horizontal and I go up 8 inches per mile squared. So from my horizontal line that I lay out and extend, I go up 8 inches per mile squared gradually. Then that'll be a straight line. So I got to go up from the horizontal and then I'll get a straight line, right? Voila.
I don't know.
By the way, if this equivocation is silly, in that way you can make other equivocation. For example, in Carpenter's level, bubble is going up, and of course helium balloon is going up. So it means that the Earth is flat because helium balloon is going up and bubble in Carpenter's level is going up. Therefore, the Earth is flat because bubbles go up.
They equivocate, to plumb bobs.
It's nice, isn't it? Make the weird two premises, or is it just the one with the words they contain, and the conclusion doesn't even contain any of the words from the premises. Like, how much more of an obvious non sequitur can you make?
No,
they told me
you can. They can
challenge anyone.
Bev, they told me that the cylinder that the air bubbles in the spirit level itself is curved, and I don't know. My eyes really ain't that good, but I'm looking at one right now, and dude, it looks straight as an arrow. I mean, I'm looking at another one now. And I swear to God, it was on Jose's a while back when we used to go there, and they claimed that. I mean, does anybody agree with that? I mean, are my eyes that bad where I'm seeing this little cylinder
No,
in my
they do have
start
to
level?
have a curve in them.
There's no length they will go. No length.
Right, we've got only a minute in.
Makes them sound like. So they'll say silly things like, well, of course the Earth's not flat. It has hills and valleys and things.
That's not silly, Blue. That's
No,
truthful.
that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fuck? Are you blue marble scientist? Like, it's a truth to say there's hills and valleys, so it's not flat. Fucking crazy. Like, what sort of an arena does people like Blue Marble have to be in to imagine that saying that hills and valleys make it not flat is a fallacious statement? Crazy.
Things. Still, if you say level and horizontal are the same, you are, by default, claiming the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not. This is ridiculous, Blue. And it's pretty obvious, like Saragaki said at the beginning. Like, there are ulterior motives, obviously, for doing this reciprocal zenith thing to start off with. And it sounds like you're obsessed, Blue. Obsessed. And you need somebody like Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott to come along and lie to you so you can feel justified to tell yourself that level isn't horizontal. Because you've set it up that it's a false narrative that saying level is horizontal means the Earth's flat when it doesn't. The Earth's not flat. And you can tell that because of elevation changes that you measure with level being horizontal. It's crazy. I don't know how many times I've tried to tell the flat earthers that too.
Yeah, that's the funny part, isn't it?
Yeah.
They even claim they have a geometric proof for this ridiculous idea.
Oh, right. For what? Level being horizontal? Yeah, Blue. Obviously.
Now, I got news for you. You're not going to read a dictionary or study Euclid's elements and figure out the shape of the Earth from it. You've got to.
No, you're not. But you will definitely read the dictionary and see that level is horizontal. It won't tell you the Earth's flat because it doesn't mean the Earth's flat. Because the Earth isn't fucking flat.
So easy to prove that level's horizontal.
Yeah. Measuring elevation changes proves the Earth's not flat. And I've been saying this for years. But still, people like Blue Marble Science. I mean, when was this one? 7 months ago, this video. 4 years at least I've been around saying it's not flat. But no, Blue won't listen. Still has to make videos. So this is Jesse Kozlowski and Blue Marble Science and Larry's attempt to prove that level isn't horizontal. We may as well get a new dictionary definition. Because Blue Marble's about to
kind of crazy.
Go on.
He's made a non sequitur where the words used in the premise or premises, depending, does not occur in the conclusion. Yet he goes by attacking his premises instead of his faulty non sequitur conclusion in this. Like, how bad at logic are you, Blue?
Really bad. I don't think they've got any logic.
Yes, he is bad. Yeah.
Right, so I don't know how much further he's going to go.
To make some measurements. The problem is they never produce any actual evidence to back up their claim.
What claim? That level is horizontal? Are you sure, Blue? Or are you just sort of blind to it?
This test with a shared segment of straight line wouldn't be evidence for Blue?
He doesn't think it is, no. He doesn't even know it is. I don't think he knows what it is, to be honest. But, yeah. No evidence at all. Probably Blue, probably nobody out there can ever attempt to ever prove that level is horizontal. I don't know why, but that's what Blue Marble thinks. And he thinks he's got a way to disprove it here.
So first they'll say all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
That's, yeah, I don't, when he says some, I think he might be specifically targeting an argument about all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. If, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Simple.
Wait a minute.
Bish,
Ain't
bash,
that
bosh.
ain't that how horizontal is defined?
Yes.
So he's saying
you
it's
can't go
not
to
what
dictionaries.
is defined.
Yeah. You can't go
Well,
to
we
the
got to be careful,
dictionary.
man. We got to be careful because believe me, they are literally scrubbing shit
Yeah.
at a rapid pace, and you know, they'll start. Dictionaries will be next if we push it too far.
Well, again, this is what I've been saying for a few years. Any time that you ever talk to them, this what Blue's doing here has only come around because of the statements that I say. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and all horizontals are parallel to one another.
Yes, but he is saying that this is wrong claim, but this claim is not a claim, it is just from dictionary, because horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. This is in dictionary.
It's a
So,
definition, isn't it? It really,
Yes.
it's not a claim. It is a definition of horizontal, which Blue Marble's going to attempt to disprove. So good to have Blue Marble science on your team, isn't it? Well, there we go.
In other words, that plane of the horizon is parallel to that plane of the horizon. They're literally telling you that the plane of the horizon, in other words, a horizontal at the coast of England, is parallel to the plane of the horizon, or a horizontal, in San Diego.
See, what this does, right? This statement, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, tells you two things. Statement number one, all of the horizontals are parallel to each other. That takes a bit of geometry to work out. But the more obvious one is that the plane of the horizon is horizontal. So if this plane of the horizon is horizontal, and this plane of the horizon is horizontal, and all horizontals are parallel to each other, then yes, this plane of the horizon, being horizontal, will be parallel to this plane of the horizon also being horizontal.
Yeah, but even if I wanted to go to an extreme, Bev, like, ain't there places where, I mean, even if they want to talk about water, then we know that it's always waves fluctuating and stuff. But even like tides, like there's some places where it's like 30 or 40 feet, probably more, from one spot to 100 miles away or something, or
it's a
50 miles
plane of
away.
the horizon. It's not
Right,
where the water is or the tide. It's the
Agreed.
plane of the horizon. We're not talking about any of that. Like, the plane of the horizon is horizontal. The argument this statement says that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, by that statement, the horizons are horizontal and those horizontals are parallel to each other.
Yeah, I was getting
seems
off.
to say it's ridiculous.
Hey, has he set a distance yet? Has he give a distance yet?
No.
What he did, Brian, is he drew a straight line, made a copy of it, and moved the copy off to the right horizontally. Mm-hmm. So those two lines you see on the screen are two straight line segments, both within the same horizontal plane.
I'll tell you what else they've done is where they're measuring from. They have literally used the elevation that they mapped. Anywhere you have mountains and stuff, 99 out of 100, that's going to be elevations with R already inserted. So you could pretty much leave your...
The elevations above a mean already set. They're just vertical. They're on a vertical datum. All elevations are on a vertical datum. They're just
in the
referenced-
mountains, Bev.
Yeah, the mountains are referenced on a vertical datum.
Okay.
All of the heights and the peaks of all of the mountains.
You think they you think they did planar surveying through the mountains? Just asking.
The heights of the mountains will be referenced on the vertical datum.
Yeah, I know. I agree with that. I'm just wondering if you think we did planar surveying through the mountains.
What do you mean by planar surveying?
With a riding out a horizontal, or do you think we used angles to places we couldn't get to, hard to reach places, valleys, mountains, and shit?
Trigonometric surveying.
Yes.
Well, yeah, they'll do that. But if they want
Right,
to
and that's
know
the
the
point.
actual elevation, then yeah, they'll measure it by checking the actual elevations of it.
That's why they won't stand behind. That's why there's always fluctuations there in mountainous regions. Like, I'm not talking about like the edges of mountain ranges, but like when you get into the hills and the mountainous, especially peaks and shit. They literally use the angles at I'm not talking about locally and in cities and the sidewalks we walk on and roads we drive on. Talking about up in the mountains and in the sticks and shit. They literally used the angles to give us the elevations and that was after R was inserted. Is my only point. I'm not trying to argue against you.
You reckon they're inserting R in elevation profiles?
I think it's damn sure possible. It's probable. I'd go as far as saying it's probable they're going off of elevations that have never been justified using planar surveying. Possible, probable at best.
Did you use trigonometric surveying? That's using trigonometry. That's
and then add an R though.
No.
They didn't do geodetic surveying around Europe place?
What do you think geodetic surveying is, Brian? I don't know. I think you've been infected by a group of people that
Maybe I have.
Yeah. There's surveying, right? And all surveyors survey locally. Now, in the past, there might have been land surveying. That may have been a qualification that once was. But I think you'll find after that ended, everyone's a geodetic surveyor. How many people
I'll say this too.
How many
I'm just
surveyors
going
have
off
you
of what
talked
I've dug up, and I might be afflicted by some of the shit they've told me, okay, and maybe jump into conclusions. But I will say this, like I did this, I've been doing today really, I did I was marking the shadow and everything. I'm doing it for declination purposes, but to get the point, I'd like to check these distances, like when they say these, like they have these perfect distances mapped out per degree of celestial bodies. Like I'd like to check the north south, but I can't find anywhere long enough and straight enough and flat enough to or anywhere around me or anywhere really fucking anywhere close to me, like half a country away, where I could even measure 1 damn degree. Everything's bendy, turny, hills, trees, obstacles. I can't find. I'm wondering, where do they find any straight shots that are flat to verify these distances, man? That's one of my problems. The distances they claim.
What distances?
Like straight line distances to verify they match the heavens the way they claim.
Heavens?
Like stars, sun, moon, planets, all that shit.
Oh, I
See
don't
what I'm saying?
know about that. That's nothing to do with surveying that.
Yeah, it's a little bit off topic. In fact, I'll save that for another show.
Well, let's get through this.
That is absolutely preposterous. They are not parallel.
Did you see that?
Yes, they are not parallel.
That's easy, yeah.
because he said that.
No, they aren't. No, they aren't. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, not that.
That's
Even
why
though
this
that's
is
the
wrong claim.
definition of them.
Yeah, this is wrong claim. Yes,
Yeah.
because Blue Marble Science declared that they are wrong.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yep. Blue Marble
Hey.
drew 2 lines and then went, nuh-uh. That's ridiculous to assume that 2 lines that have just spread across the page might be parallel to each other.
You've heard a paper about the ipse-dixit fallacy, bare assertion fallacy. A claim that is presented as true without support, as
Yeah, yes.
self-evidently true,
Yeah.
or as dogmatically true.
Yes, because ipse dixit means he just said. Because he
Yeah.
just said.
He said
So-
it himself.
Yeah, so this is like appealing to authority. Because
And the
someone...
authority is yourself.
Yeah, well, I mean, Blue Marble says that all horizontals are not parallel, but he also in the chat saying it doesn't bend. I would state, if horizontal is a straight line, how could you say they're not parallel? How is it that you know that horizontals are straight lines yet not parallel? Because they are parallel, obviously. Even to the same vertical, they're parallel. But Blue Marble seems to be denying that even now.
But even in this picture, coast of England and San Diego, how can he compare these 2 horizons or planes of the horizon? By what means? There is no way to check that they are or they are not parallel planes.
Well, they're not
Horizon.
planes, obviously. That's lines.
Yes, but whatever. There is no
Segments, line
no
segments.
way to check. No way.
I would
So-
disagree.
That's my problem. That's what I'm saying. We can't even check up locally. In my
can
opinion,
check that though, right? All horizontals are parallel, and all of the planes of the horizon are horizontal. So, how can they not be parallel?
Yes, but this is logical check. But I am talking about test or experiment. In that way, you should be able to see both of them, coast of England,
I've got it, bro.
and at the same time San Diego. And
We've got
That
to
is
hire someone to
impossible.
pay. We got to hire a pacer, man. Where's all the good pacers when you need them?
I'm pacing right now.
No, pace is not good. You have to see both
Jesus pacing.
horizons.
Jesus
both
pacing.
horizon. It doesn't work that way, Brian. You need to see both horizons at the same time, which is impossible.
I would still disagree. Because
Imagine
of
how much
the
they
realizing
pay-
Euclid test. That's an actual test checking, right? That
Imagine how
horizontals
much-
are parallel. So if they are parallel, you can damn well be sure that these 2 horizontals will be parallel as well, without having to physically, correlate the 2.
No, I agree with you. I'm talking about his claim. His claim is that they are not parallel because a horizon at the coast of England is different, divergent or whatever, from this plane of the horizon in San Diego. So this is his claim. And
What I'm trying to say.
in order
Sorry.
to check that, he need to see both. And
Both,
this is
yeah.
impossible.
Wait. Not impossible. Like, imagine how much they would have paid Jesus Like he could have fed everybody, man. I'm not being sacrilegious. I'm joking. Obviously, anybody who's listening, but like we could have got somebody like to do a Jesus survey and just pace right across the Red Sea or what, you know. Then we could have proved this shit. But yeah, I agree. In all seriousness, if we can't see them, then yeah, there's no way to prove it.
The point is that you have to see them both at the same time.
How big's a plane?
Pardon?
How big? How large?
No, just horizon. This line horizon at the coast of England, and at the same time you need to see this line of the.
And what's the shape?
Yeah.
He's talking about the planes,
matter.
isn't he? He's drawn lines, but he is talking about planes.
Yes, but still, you cannot be at the same time in both locations. So it is just nonsense.
Yeah, but I mean, taking a geometric plane is what the geometric plane is. Infinite.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Then they would have to intersect. If not that, right? If you want to go for a not that, then you are saying they have to intersect. Now, if the plane at the coast of England and the plane at the horizon, right, in San Diego, have to intersect, then every horizontal plane has to intersect every other horizontal plane. And therefore, none of them can be parallel. But we know that the definition states that they are parallel.
Yes, but they, in order to prove his claim, he needs to do a thing that is impossible.
I don't agree.
Yeah, I don't think you need to go that far apart.
No, I'm not. Of course, you're right. I am talking about his claim.
Yeah,
me too.
His claim is ridiculous, and that's the point.
It is.
You shouldn't be able to say, well, you can't prove that Blue Marble's trying to say, because you can prove that the planes of the horizon would intersect if they did intersect. You wouldn't need to go so far apart. You'd be able to go next to each other.
Yes, I agree. But I am talking still about his ridiculous claim.
Once you have gone about actually physically proving, like the realizing Euclid test, you can just use that as part of the premise of your next argument, which of course includes Blue's ridiculous claim. So yeah, I would disagree that you have to physically go there.
Yes, that's why they ignore Beth's test. Because
Not my
they
test.
need that ridiculous. Yes, because you were too close, and someone can repeat that. But he's bringing example which is not to be done ever.
I think y'all missed my point though, man. Let me bring this down celestially, okay? I shouldn't even have brought up the. All right, Bev, what's the closest peak? The closest peak to you that you know the name of. It doesn't have to be a peak right near you, but the closest peak you know the name of. Let's just say that.
Snowdon.
Okay. So when they did all the surveying around you and around everywhere y'all are at, they did planar surveying, just the way we survey everything and give accurate rises and drops from horizontal. Okay. Now, but let's say from Snowdon. Okay. Snowdon. So if nobody climbed it.
Snowdon.
Oh, Snowdon. Okay. Snowdon. Okay. So let's just say that from Snowdon.
Phone call.
All right.
Yeah. As he walked off. Gone out of range.
Maybe.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say we go to up near Snowdon and we want to measure the peak. Okay. But we're not going to just keep planar surveying our way up the mountain every 5 feet around the peak and everything. So we could probably get pretty accurate till it starts getting a little bit steep. And let's say so then we're going to use angles. We're going to use angles and we're going to go all the way around it with a theodolite and use angles. In a perfect world, yeah, we could map it out like that, without going too far away from it. But let's just say we got like 20 miles around it, or 10 miles. We got 10 miles and just did a circle around it. And But if we added R, okay, in other words, if we're doing geodetic surveying, like once we desert planar surveying and we start adding the radius to Earth to the measurements instead of doing it afterwards, well, it's still afterwards. But now in 10 miles, you're 66 feet difference in elevation. If I'm going to mark that elevation from 10 miles away from an angle measurement and I'm trying to make a model, then I'm going to add the arc length. I'm going to subtract the arc length. And with a radius 3959 and 10 miles, it's going to be a 66-foot difference is all I'm saying. And if we do it 20 miles around, then, you know, it's going to keep accruing and everything. So that's what I'm saying. So if you were to go back 20 or 100 years later and claim the elevation to this spot on the mountain is such and such, or you claim your elevation is such and such, then you have to go all the way back. Either A, you have to get somebody who paces perfectly to verify that distance in them regions that you could see that far, or you have to verify the elevation before inserting your model, before applying your model to it. So that's just one thing, which I don't think they've done. They're just basically going back 100 years later and saying, look, if the Earth was flat, this. Well, yeah, because you've already fucking added R to the calculations and into the but yeah, that wouldn't work anywhere around where we live. That's why I challenged them to do that to like radio towers or something in the city, buildings. They'll say, no, that's too small.
There's a difference between the horizontal datum and the vertical datum, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But if they go to Google Earth, then they're going to get every measurement they get is going to be post model. I'll say post model.
They're just the measurements of the land, right? There's no model involved in the land, the actual real measurements. The elevations of the land are measured because they're measured of the land.
Oh, dude, yeah, I definitely agree with that. That's why I said they won't do that shit in the cities with like buildings and stuff. They'll say that's not far enough. They'll make excuses, right? They'll go over and go up the sides of mountains and shit and claim like that's why I want to see the distances, man. Before I go too much further with this point that I think I'm making.
I don't know who you've been talking to, Brian. I think you've been talking to people that have been, let's say, less than honest about this. What you want to do is you want to go and find a real surveyor and ask them. And try and not ask them anything about the globe because they won't have a fucking clue what you're talking about. Just ask them about what they do in their jobs. And
yeah, that's a fair point.
You'll get your answer.
Yeah, I'll say that is definitely a fair point. Like I've never heard it from the horse's mouth.
Talk to surveyors. Anytime you see a surveyor, go and have a chat with them. They're quite nice guys. They'll talk to you about what they do. They won't lie. They can't lie.
Yeah, I agree, man. Nowadays, I think it'd be tough. You know, you could, but nowadays they're just writing down numbers and turning them in, holding polls and shit. But yeah, there's some you could talk to, but who might understand everything that's going on. But nowadays it's just electronics and somebody holding the rod and
it's
somebody charting the numbers. Yeah, I agree. I certainly agree to that. I certainly agree to that.
A to B, straight line distances.
Now here's reality. Zeniths are in line with the gravity vector. And when
vertical, right? He's already told us that. They're all the same. Plumb, vertical, zenith, gravity, all the same. Vertical. Just to keep it simple, vertical.
I say zenith, I simply mean a point directly above you. Horizontal at any point is tangent to some elevation.
A horizontal's a line, Blue, but I mean, if you want to reduce it to a point, you've already lost.
And it is perpendicular to a zenith at that point. So horizontals can never be parallel. The only way that could work is horizontals which are perpendicular to great circles. For instance, a line of longitude or the equator. Can we show that? Absolutely. Jesse Kozlowski and soundly showed that at Lake Pontchartrain.
Oh, no way. Horizontals are parallel, did he say?
And Jesse and Larry Scott have shown how zeniths diverge. We'll be looking at that too in a minute.
Wow.
But first, let's talk about Lake Pontchartrain.
Go.
This is the GPS data taken from Lake Pontchartrain at the north end of the causeway, at the south end of the causeway, and in the center. Distances are GPS distances from the origin of the ECEF coordinate system that GPS uses.
686 740 796 elevations. It's higher at one end than the other. It's higher in the middle than at this end. This end's the low end. So we go up over 100 feet. Uphill. Up. Elevation change. 100 feet from one end. Means you go down 100 feet if you go in the other way. Lake Pontchartrain. Blue Marble Science has got a thing about elevations.
Yeah, it does definitely mean that.
Blindness.
If there's a solid structure, but if we're just imagining it, then I could say, wait, if I'm measuring it from the other side, then I'm going down.
Yeah,
If I'm just if it's not a solid structure like Pontchartrain, they could just say, well, if I'm measuring it from this side, then I'm going down, and if I go across to this side, then I'm going down again.
No. He's got elevation changes. Look.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I think that falls to pieces when you have an actual
110
structure.
feet.
Yeah, when you have an actual structure, that all that imagination shit falls to pieces.
He's got a 90-foot hump in the middle, but he's got a 110-foot elevation change. That's right, isn't it, Blue? You've got Lake Pontchartrain has got 110-foot elevation change from one side to the other. I haven't wrote it. Just pointing it out, Blue. Look, you wrote this. Literally. Elevation change of 110 foot. Crazy.
Notice that the horizontal from the north end to the center and the horizontal from the center to the south end are anything but parallel with each other.
He thinks they're horizontals. You called them horizontals, Blue. Listen to it again.
Notice that the horizontal from the north end to the center and the horizontal from the center to the south end are anything but parallel with each other. And the more points we put in, the more horizontals we can produce. Horizontal is specific to one point only. And each horizontal, of course, would have its own zenith. So that's the first wrong claim. But that
he did just do that. That's a wrong claim. Blue Marble's just stated. Blue, your wrong claim is that this horizontal and this horizontal are both horizontal. From one end to the other, whilst rising 110 foot, he's got one horizontal that goes up and one horizontal that goes down.
Yeah, because he's got multiple horizontals.
Oh, is that Brian or is that me?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying you got in their model that everywhere you're standing, and then so if you took an actual straight line, it would be a bowl of sorts. And so in their model, if you're looking horizontal from one end in that spot, then 110 foot high would be actual horizontal, but then they'd call that a curve. I still ain't figured that out. What would they call that? Like, I don't get it, man. I'm halfway there.
If you notice here, this angle here and this angle here, if you were to add them both together and minus 180 degrees, you'd have more than Straight line. So this horizontal
but-
straight line, this perhaps why they've got more angles than 180, because it looks like your horizontal's
You'd have
got a
straight
bit of
line-
a hump in the middle of it.
Horizontal excess, we'll call it. Horizontal excess.
You'd not be far off from the truth there.
Horizontal.
That's
is
That's
specific
my newest
to one
contribution,
point
man.
only.
Sorry.
And each
I've never
horizontal
contributed, man. Sorry.
We're-
Sorry, I've never contributed
Yeah.
to any of the terms, man. You got, Bev, real quick, you got pages, proof, you got all that. That's my new term, man. That's my contribution to the channel. Horizontal excess. 2023. Go ahead, sorry.
its own zenith. So that's the first wrong claim. But that leads to wrong claim number 2, which is all verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, and therefore all verticals are parallel.
Verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. That's another dictionary thing. Blue Marble Science seems to be going after the dictionary hard times tonight. All verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. And then he did this, therefore. That's Blue Marble's logic, right? I don't think he's allowed to do that sort of logic. And this is why he ends up in problems.
Nope.
Yes, so this therefore
is
is
Nope.
is correct.
No.
This therefore is correct.
Yeah,
But,
I know, but that's what I mean.
But this is
He shouldn't do that logic, should he? That's deductive logic.
yes, but this is not wrong claim number 2, but this is just definition. So
Again.
he should send a letter to dictionaries, whatever, editors,
Yeah.
but not here. Wow.
I think the problem is, right, and I don't know whether this is because they've set up a narrative or it's scripted or anything, but I think the problem is that I've said this. I think that's what Blue Marble is, because I've said it. He thinks he has to do something about it, right? Because what would happen if I was to say something from the dictionary? I mean, could it possibly be true if I've said it? I think that's what Blue's problem is. He has to go against anything that I say, even if it's obviously truthful. And he's going to get himself into trouble, I think, really, Blue. You're not just going against me. Going against, like, every dictionary.
Sounds like obsession.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good job you click that other one off, isn't it? See what you can do about this one. Look at that. Plane of the horizon. Plane of the horizon. Nope. Let's just go over it again, because he does the like, nope.
To the plane of the horizon, and therefore all verticals are parallel. Nope.
Nope.
That is not true either.
No.
In reality, each horizontal has its own zenith. Under no circumstance can any two zeniths ever be parallel.
See, this is his rule book. Buster's been going on about this. This is Blue Marble's rule book that he set for himself.
Yes, and he is saying in reality, and he is showing a CGI picture of some ball or whatever.
Yeah, and he is doing Euclidean geometry. This is Euclidean geometry he's doing here. Don't be fooled. Yeah, it is actual geometry that he's doing. Just this is showing you that horizontals intersect here. Look.
You see why he didn't connect the chord lines? He didn't connect the chord lines because the math is fudged. Like he's got different verticals instead of just connecting them to prove his point, because the math don't work with cell nav and shit. If you try and use a chord line, you got to take it all the way down to the middle. You can't stop digging it fucking at a mile. You got to go the whole 4,000 miles with your shovel.
And measuring reciprocal zenith angles can show this.
Here we go. Now, this is the stolen concept that Blue Marble's been handed by, I think it was Jesse and Larry and Jeff. But they've forgotten about it. And this is Wally, I think, me personally, that's brought this back around. He's handed it to Blue and helped him, pushed him out into doing this. Seeing as Jesse's done a Jesse Kozlowski, he's gone. Larry just mumbles and rambles on about all sorts of weird stuff, and you can't make any sense out of what Larry says. So Blue Marble's the only guy that's left to do this now. And he's now going to attempt to have a go at explaining what somebody's told him that doesn't really work, but here we go.
Well, what is a zenith angle? And I'll read you a definition of it. Vertical angle, also known as zenith angle, is the angle measured from directly above the zenith. So perfectly horizontal will have a vertical angle of 90 degrees, like you see there. If you're looking to a somewhat higher elevation, the vertical angle will be less than 90 degrees, and if you're looking further down, it will be greater than 90 degrees.
So you can see here that when he's measuring angles, he needs two straight lines in order to measure an angle. And this horizontal here is definitely about the same length as the zenith, right? So it's not just at a point. So don't, when Blue Marble says later on, horizontal at a point, don't believe him. He's drawn a straight line there. So either Blue Marble's lying to you and trying to trick you about the horizontal at a point, or he's trying to lie to you and trick you about the horizontal straight line here. One or the other. Blue Marble science, you choose. Probably dilithiaism. Blue Marble science wants horizontal to be a plane, a line, and a point, and he wants to use them interchangeably whenever he wants to, like a dilethiist would.
So let's look at this interesting little diagram. If the zeniths were parallel, there's one, there's another zenith parallel to it. If we cut those two zeniths with a line like that,
look,
these two angles have to equal 180 degrees. We can prove that with Euclidean geometry, no problem. And it doesn't matter what line we cut those two zeniths with, the sum of the two angles still always has to be 180 degrees.
Right.
That's the first thing he said I agree with.
What happens for diverging zeniths? There's two zeniths that are not parallel with each other. Let's cut them with a line. And now the sum of those two angles has to be greater than 180 degrees. And again, it doesn't matter the orientation of that line. The sum of the two angles is always greater than 180 degrees if the zeniths are diverging as we're showing here. Well, can we measure this? Absolutely we can.
Wow.
We only need to know two things. We need to know two fixed points that we can see and identify. And we need a way to measure those angles. We can make that measurement with a theodolite. Now, theodolite is a precision instrument for measuring vertical and horizontal angles, and professional theodolites make those measurements to a very high level of accuracy.
Right, so here we've got vertical and horizontal angles. Now, that's an angle measured in a vertical plane and an angle measured in a horizontal plane. But as you'll hear, Blue Marble, he only has horizontal at a point. So you can't have a horizontal plane. That doesn't exist. He can't measure an angle in a horizontal plane because it's just a point. And the vertical plane can't have a perpendicular to it.
Right. So you can't have a vertical plane either.
No, can't have either. So Blue Marble Science says he's using a tool that's a precision instrument for using horizontal and vertical angles, but it appears that these vertical and horizontal angles only are in reality. They don't appear
Yeah.
in the dogmatic model that Blue Marble is championing.
What is a plane, dude? I mean, what are they talking about? A plane? Like, dude, they're talking in fantasy world, bro. We don't have planes in reality, do we? Not in their reality.
Yeah, the azimuthal plane.
I'm saying, why did they even invent the fucking word? If there's no vertical planes, there's no horizontal planes, then there's no planes. Like, it's just when you say the word plane, it's just like in their world, it's just like some kind of imaginary thing. I mean, if there's no planes, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous, man.
The horizontal plane is a plane with no slope. Everybody knows that.
Right, absolutely. I mean, in their world. Right, in their world, they can't have vertical planes.
They live in the same world as us.
Right, but in their mind, they can't have a vertical plane.
Not in their mind, though. Just Blue we're dealing with at the minute. Just Blue.
I never thought of it like that, Bev. I appreciate you pointing that out, because I was always just thinking, like, in their minds, they can't have horizontal planes. But if you think about it, in their minds, in their model, they can't have any planes, period, anywhere, ever.
Mm-hmm. Perpendicular is the problem, and that's what Blue's getting at here.
And regardless whether it's an old one like this wild T3 or a more modern theodolite like the Trimble S7 you see there, both are reference to gravity. So the theodolite's vertical reference is the gravity vector. That is your zenith.
It's leveled to make it on the horizontal, on the azimuthal plane. Now, because the perpendicular, that's obviously reference to the vertical plane also, because it has to measure angles in a horizontal plane and a vertical plane. It has to be set to both. They both come together, perpendicular.
So how do we do this? Well, it's pretty simple. We put one theodolite at one position, a second theodolite at another position.
Here we go.
And we simply point the two theodolites at each other.
This is, at this moment, you should know you're dealing with Blue Marble geodetic surveyors. Only ever pointing theodolites at each other.
Pointing theodolites at each other.
Yep.
Yes, at distance, as we can see in this model, that would be a few thousand kilometers away, I think.
Oh, I don't know.
At least.
I wouldn't say. They're just on a ball. I don't know why they're setting up theodolites on a ball.
I see you, man. Wave to the theodolite, man. Yeah. Wave to the theodolite.
Jump up and down, jump up and down.
But if these distances are so huge, so these theodolites are always giant theodolites.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want this job here. You'd be falling off. Get the guy on the top. Fucking ridiculous.
And measure those two angles. That's all there is to it.
That's all there is to it. All there is to it.
Now, these measurements have been made untold thousands of times.
Thousands of times. I don't know how many times Larry and Jesse and all of that have done it. I doubt it'll be that many.
But I'm going to talk about just a few specific ones.
Yeah.
In 2018, Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott got together and measured reciprocal zenith angles between the Hagerstown, Maryland airport and High Rock Lookout, which is about 11 miles away. Larry had his T3 theodolite at the Hagerstown airport, about where the red X is. There's a little closer view. While Jesse was located at High Rock Lookout. Now, there's an interesting picture I found of High Rock Lookout from 1909. And in those days, they had an observation deck built up there. The observation platform is gone, and there's a lot of graffiti on the rock, but it's still there. And there's a picture of Larry's tripod at the airport, and you notice the bright reflection. That is a signal mirror that Larry was using to make his position more visible to Jesse. As you can imagine, the airport environment is kind of cluttered. There are a lot of buildings and structures and things around.
Got some
So
good
it would
kit,
be hard for
haven't he?
Jesse to pick Larry out from 11 miles away. But with the mirror, Jesse could clearly identify Larry's position. Jesse, on the other hand, was standing up on top of that rock, about where the red arrow is pointing. Now, that picture is actually made through Larry's theodolite from a closer distance. He was only about 4 miles away when he made that image. So what Larry was actually able to see from the airport would have been a little more than a third the size.
So that picture is from 4 miles away, not the actual picture. I mean, what's going on?
I thought it's 11 miles.
It was 11 miles, but that picture he's saying was only 4 miles.
I'm just waiting to get the all the numbers, and I knew they weren't going to go from. I knew there was going to be some bullshit fucking peak somewhere or hill or some shit like where they used angles to measure it, dude. I just knew that, and I'm just waiting on the numbers, and I'm gonna show you that they did it on a flat Earth as soon as I hear them. It's gonna match
It's
perfect.
not flat Earth though, Bray, right?
A flat, horizontal. Let's
It's
say
11.7 miles.
Right, but it's gonna match a horizontal. Watch.
The distance. It's a straight line distance
Of the rock that you see in that photograph, but still quite visible. And Larry didn't have any trouble picking out Jesse's bright yellow tripod up there. Let's go to this elevation diagram that I pulled off Google Earth.
elevation profile, right? On the left hand side, you've got the heights of the land, and
Right,
on the
but wait.
distance there, it's a long distance along.
Wait, did they show the measurements? Or are we going off good faith there? Because I didn't know that. I wouldn't even
So
waste my
it's got
thought.
Google elevation thing.
Right, with the R insert. Oh, never mind. I'll get to that later, I guess, man.
Well, it's got a scale on it. It's got distance along the bottom, and then elevation on the side.
Yeah, but if we stretch that profile out far enough, won't it curve,
No,
or will it stay like that? It
it's
won't.
an elevation profile.
So it's almost like they just added a fucking radius to all that
Where?
and made a ball.
No, the only person that's talking radius is you.
I agree.
Well,
I agree.
This is
But
just an
I'll shut up
elevation
if they
profile.
don't show their. But wait, if they don't show their measurements, then I will totally shut up about that. But I'll even show how it matches the horizontal after the R has been inserted. But if they don't show their measurements, I don't even have to do that. If they're just going
this
off.
is Google. This is. They've got a
Yeah,
scale
but
on one side and the other. They've only got 2 axes.
I agree, but Google's not going to tell you the minutes and seconds of Larry and what's his name, Jesse.
They're just measuring
Google won't.
angles.
Right, but they ain't even showing their angles,
You
man.
can
That's
do fuck all
disappointing.
with an angle. Jesse's got an angle. Larry's got an angle. That's
Yeah,
it.
but I can make up a story that me and you did from 100 miles using this profile. If we don't show the measurements, bro, then it's worthless completely. Like they don't even have to try and debunk anything I claim if I don't show it. I found that out a long time ago. Like I got to show every fucking thing and every profile, and they want
you to show
temperatures and all this.
everything, Brian, then they can say and laugh at it. Right? They can say that's not proof of a flat Earth because it's not flat.
But yeah, maybe he will show it. So let me shut up. I'll keep watching. Maybe he even will show it.
Larry would be the red dot on the left, and Jesse.
So he's making a triangle here. Right? He's making these angles. He doesn't realize he's making a triangle, but he is making a triangle.
He would be the red dot.
Hey, I'm gonna back off for a second, and while you're watching the rest, so it's 11.07 miles, and you got a red dot named Larry, a red dot named Jesse, and I'll tell you exactly the freaking angle that they claim. Before you even play it, hopefully, if I'm quick enough, I'll show you exactly the angle their theodolite claimed, just by doing the math. It's so ridiculous. That's what I meant by if he doesn't show the fucking measurement, then it's just math.
Well, that distance isn't the slope distance. Straight line distance.
And I've drawn a line between the 2 points. So Larry was measuring angle A, and Jesse was measuring angle B. The slope distance between the 2 points is a bit over 58,000 feet.
See the slope distance? How does he know the slope distance? It's very clever. Very, very clever.
The elevation difference is a bit over 1,100 feet.
Oh.
So using the Pythagorean theorem, we can easily find the base of that triangle.
Okay. Anybody see any stolen concept? Any chance? He should be putting a right angle here.
Yeah, he's using Pythagorean theorem. So,
Yeah, he did say
yes,
that. Yeah.
right angle.
Yeah. So you could put another line across here like that and have another triangle, and they'll both be the same because that's the way it is.
And fear, because I don't want you to get too far ahead of me. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to do all this math for nothing. But just off what I've seen so far, it's going to be a couple of arc minutes. Period is what their shit's going to show. But if you don't beat me to it,
Okay.
I'll hone in on the math.
I'm holding it back for you. He's doing all the measurements first.
All right. Because here it is. So over 20 miles, you've got about 2.5 feet. Well, it's a little more than 2.5 feet is an arc minute. So when they try and show you something over 20 miles, I mean, you literally showed the people in person what an arc second was, and that was obviously a joke. But so over 20 miles, you know, them crosshairs. Well, we know what the crosshairs are, but so if you take that, and then I was just doing the 11 mile, I just multiplied that times the 11.07 times the miles, and then inserted that in just a triangle calculator to get to pretty much get about 15 feet, 15 arc seconds. But if you do the arc length, it's going to give you between 2 and 3 arc minutes. That's just a guess. Let's see what he comes up with. That's the shorthand mathematics.
Now let's use a little bit of trigonometry. And when we
You know, you do realise this. What Blue Marble's done here is set up a triangle with straight lines. These measurements, every one of the measurements won't have been taken by Larry or Jesse. They're taken straight from Google. This is the elevation of the mountain. This is the elevation that Larry's at. All been measured beforehand. All already known. This triangle that he's formed is a right angle triangle because he's doing trigonometry now and Pythagoras to work out the sides.
You talk about the red dot. So the red dot, Larry, and Jesse the red dot and Larry the red dot, right?
Yeah. Yep. Larry's down low. Jesse's up high, the big man. I want to go up top.
we can calculate angle A to be 88 degrees, 54 minutes, and 17.3 seconds.
You can calculate it. He's calculated it. Because he's
over 11. Wait a minute. Over 11 miles. He said 88 degrees over 11 miles. Yeah, maybe I did something wrong. Let me double check.
It's because he's up higher, isn't he?
Oh fuck! I didn't see the elevations. They were both.
You see the way he's calculated it. He's calculated it. This is a little bit of a secret, right? He's calculated it, and he's got 0.3 of a second. Like, we know now that you can't measure that. Cannot be measured. It's not possible. The crosshair is about 4 arc seconds, so this is impossible. But he's calculated it. So it may be, if anybody ever comes up with any measurements like this and says they've measured it, could just be because they've calculated it.
Yeah, they might be red dots. But hold on, so the other one's over 90 then. In other words, if his is okay, I'm about to say, what the fuck did I do that wrong? But yeah, if the other one's over 90, and then so that comes back down to the arc second being 3 feet. So I come up with about 14 feet, between 14 and 15 feet of difference. And over 20 miles, like arc second is like 2.5 feet, actually, about 2.5 feet. So it's right in the ballpark.
So I think this is him working it out by trig.
Angle B would be 91 degrees, 5 minutes, and 42.7 seconds. And the total would be 180 degrees, 0 minutes, 0 seconds.
Right, so he's done it by trig. All of these numbers, he's worked it out, right? He's worked it out, and it's bang on.
This goes along with what we were talking about previously. If those verticals are parallel with each other, these are the angles that we have to measure.
No. Blue Marble's calculated it by using the actual distances and trigonometry, and he's come up with 180 degrees. I mean,
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Bev, before you play it. In fact, count to 10, bro. I'll be done. So basically, it's pretty much going to be. So they're going to come up with basically. He's going to come up with a freaking arc with like what? If you just broke down 69 miles per degree, and he's going to do it like that, basing it completely off of flat, straight horizontal, and you've got 11 miles.
Yeah, Blue Marble's right.
Dude, that's red dot mathematics. I don't even believe it.
No, Blue Marble's done trigonometry. He's trig is bang on. It is Blue. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what mathematics and geometry gives you the ability to do. Yeah, absolutely. Trigonometry and all of that using actual triangles is that's reality, Blue.
So we could have just said, he could have made it simpler, but we probably would have caught on if he just said they're 69 miles apart and then come up with the 180 and then added his globe and been like, well, what do you know? They're 1 degree. It's off by 1 degree because they're 69 miles apart. So much. It's the red dot mathematics, man.
All right, so well done,
10
Blue.
arc minutes, man. 10 and change.
So Blues, you've calculated it, Blue, using traditional mathematics, actual positions, actual distances, and that's what you get. Well done. Genius.
But that's not what happened.
Oh.
These are the actual measurements. Larry measured an angle of 88 degrees, 57 minutes, 58.2 seconds. That's almost 4 minutes of arc, greater than trigonometry tells us it would have to be if the verticals were parallel with each other.
Wow.
Jesse, on the other hand, measured angle B at 91 degrees, 9 minutes, 55 seconds. Again, about 4 arc minutes greater than it would have to be if the verticals were parallel. The total is 180 degrees, 7 minutes, and 53.2 seconds.
Add them together.
The zeniths are diverging by 7 minutes, 53.2 seconds.
Equipotential angle of adjustment. Well done, Blue. Done really well there. So that's how Blue Marble tells that his mates Larry and Jesse, they're the man. Right, well done, Blue.
Yeah, excellent. And I was able to work it out within. I was able to work it out within two and a half, or a little over 2.5, between 2.5 and 3 arc minutes, and just in my head, just by identifying the horse shit before it reached the lips.
More than 180. You predicted more than 180, did you?
Yep, horizontal excess.
It's the equipotential angle of adjustment. It's already got a name, and you can internalize it once you've got it. Once you're in possession of it, right, Blue? You go, look, I've got more than 180 degrees here for my straight line.
Yeah, but we can apply that different ways, man. So we got to narrow it down, man. We got to progress, man. That's horizontal excess when it's specifically like to the horizontal. But the equipotential, that's, I don't know, man. I like horizontal excess better, man. Do a poll. I want to go down in history with y'all, man. You got this, SE skateboard paradox. You got a bunch of them. Perpendicular. I don't even know where to start. You got Page's paradox. So I'm just trying to squeeze my way in there, man.
Not a paradox.
Page's proof.
There's no paradox in reality, right?
Right, there ain't. You're right. Page's proof. I know. So, yep. So I just want to go down. I want to squeeze in there, man, with horizontal excess.
No such thing. There's the horizontal paradox.
Yeah, obviously
Blue
there's no
marble
such
induced
thing.
horizontal paradox.
No more than there's obviously no such thing, Bev. Just like there's no equipotential change in level. You know what I'm saying.
Right, so blue marble, what he's done is he's worked it out with trigonometry and come to like a really exact number, perfect number, really, like proper mathematical number. But then he said, that's not good enough. No, my mates can do better than trigonometry. In fact, we can falsify trigonometry, Larry and Jesse, and they've handed it to Blue Marble and said, look, Blue, we've falsified trigonometry in reality because we've measured some angles. Like, trust us, these are angles that we did measure. They can't be wrong. So what you can do is you can tell people in a video that trigonometry works, but we've falsified it. It's not good enough. It's not like real. It's not like getting your mates, Larry and Jesse, to go out and measure some angles in reality. Yes, Blue. I'm claiming that they did actually measure those measurements, Blue. They definitely did measure those measurements, right? And according to you, we've falsified trigonometry because of Larry and Jesse measuring angles. Larry, you saw, Larry was at the airport and Jesse went up on a hill. They both measured an angle, they added them together, and they falsified trigonometry. It's genius. Here we go. Let's listen to a bit more of this.
Here's more detail
Here's
from
more
Larry.
details.
And I won't go through all of this. I'll leave it on the screen long enough that you can pause the video if you wish.
Yeah.
And study all those numbers. But
Look at
Larry
it.
has given you
Larry's giving us that.
latitude, longitude,
they measured
ECEF
refraction.
coordinates, everything.
This is funny part.
Refraction.
Measure, yes. How do you measure?
No, they falsified
field?
trigonometry, right? They must have just forgotten to put those in the trigonometry thing, right? Couldn't be anything to do with just measuring an angle, right, or something optical, could it?
What if they were at the same elevation? Is he claiming that they'd still get the same? He'd still falsified trigonometry, right?
He's like falsified trigonometry, definitely.
Elevations don't even matter.
Yeah.
That's just a
You can't
that's a
have
freaking
that right angle
that's a
triangle
postulate,
at
right?
the other side, can you, Blue? It's not.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
possible. You can't have the right angle triangle over here like you did with trigonometry, and you can't have a right angle triangle over here.
What do you reckon when they show parallel lines on paper? Should they show like one straight line and like one bent line, like how we use two straight lines as symbolic for parallel lines? Well, how do they do it? Like a straight line and a curved line? We need to work on their vocab.
I don't know. At the beginning, Blue, when you used Pythagoras, do you think that might have been falsified as well? I think you might have been able to falsify Pythagoras and trigonometry because Larry and Jesse measured an angle each.
Bro, they've literally wiped out planes in reality. There's no planes. This goes way beyond Pythagoras. We can't even
What do you mean it goes
make
way
any
beyond Pythagoras?
because we can't. Not only can we not use his theorems, we can't even freaking. There's no such thing as a plane in reality. If we're gonna go by what they say, we can't even have a plane. Period.
They got this bit
But they
here.
are using straight lines, by the way.
Yeah, look here.
And line of sight is straight line always,
There you go.
even with refraction.
Can you see that? Blue? I hope you can see that. He started out with this, and he worked Pythagoras to work out the sizes of these triangles. It obviously fits. It's Pythagoras, right? It was the Pythagoras triangle that you use for trig, and you've proved
Use it
them
every
both
day.
wrong.
Dude, out in my trade, before they even know that it's Pythagoras, before they even know the postulate, They just know like 2, 3, 4, or like 3, 4, 5 triangles just to square shit. They don't even probably know it even came from Pythagoras. But yeah, that shit definitely works in reality.
Blue Marble and Jesse and Larry have falsified it. So we go from, this is Pythagoras that he worked out, right? Jesse and Larry have obviously falsified that, because you can't have this as a right angle. Even though you've used Pythagoras, right? You're going to falsify it. So these distances are these distances, obviously, but they're only these distances in Pythagoras. And obviously, Jesse and you've got the measurements here. This is trigonometry, and then the actual measurements falsify trigonometry. And if you falsify trigonometry, then you've got to have falsified Pythagoras that came to give you the numbers for you to make you be able to do the trigonometry.
You keep saying right angles. You mean slopes?
What? No,
That's ain't
this
ain't a right angle.
here.
A slope, right? In reality,
And this angle, right angle here.
some kind of slope.
This triangle here, you'd make you make it like a rectangle, and this triangle would be replicated here, at least in traditional Pythagoras
traditional reality.
and trigonometry. But that's been falsified now, hasn't it? Larry and Jesse are
right.
They've measured angles. We've got more than 180 degrees to a straight line, Blue. You've done really well.
In traditional reality, you got the right angle. You got the vertical and the horizontal in traditional reality, but there's some kind of slope in red dot world.
Yeah, Blue, you've done well. I mean, I don't know whether you're aware of this, but I mean, we could definitely put this one in the history books, obviously.
The next time I'm out there, I'm gonna be like, "Look, we need slope, god damn it, on this job." Excuse my language. We need slope, god dang it. Give me a right angle. We need the water draining.
53.2 seconds. Again, that measured divergence.
There we go.
On the screen long enough that you can
Just
pause the
leave it on the
video if
screen.
you wish.
Yeah, if you want to
And
pause
study
it
all
and look
those
at
numbers.
these
But
numbers.
Larry has given you latitude, longitude, ECEF coordinates, everything you need.
All of it, yeah. Look.
When we figured out the secrets to the Roman aqueducts. We figured out the secret to the Roman aqueducts, man. How they were able to just keep such precise slope to get water all the way from Tigris or whatever to the city. Like they just laid out a perfect right angle, and that just kept the water just going right to them, just a perfect right angle, and they were able to irrigate their city. Dude, just the thought of that listening to it is god dang ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't really know what you're saying there, right?
Bro, in their world, a right angle is a freaking slope. That's why I'm joking around. I'm saying, in reality, like I said, in traditional reality, we got Pythagorean, we got 3, 4, 5 triangles, we've got planes, vertical and horizontal, in traditional reality. But in their reality, a right angle is a slope. So we just got to.
Make any sense? Like,
it doesn't make no sense at all.
I've never heard any of them say that, Brian. I've never, literally. But they don't
never
bother
heard
come
them
talking to me. I've never really heard Blue and Jesse and Larry falsifying Pythagoras and trigonometry before. But hey.
If we start up from like a mountain where water's coming down, and we draw a right angle, a perfect right angle, then we're gonna have slope. There's no getting around it. In their world, not in traditional reality. Just so you know. I'll let you finish.
Elevation drawing, and we'll see clearly that the zeniths are not parallel.
So he still kept the original numbers, yet he's falsified trigonometry and Pythagoras, but somehow, I don't know whether he's stretching these numbers or like which one of the numbers are changed, where the right angles are. He's just sort of, I don't know. He's not changed any of these numbers, has he? What's that? 58492. 58492. Like, how do you change these lines but not change any of these numbers? Like, it's impossible, isn't it? He's keeping Pythagoras, but falsifying trigonometry, but keeping the distances, but changing the angles. I mean, that's futuristic shit, that, Blue.
That's why I called it slope.
It's
red dot.
It's not even that.
It's exactly that, Bev. Their freaking slope deviates from the right angle. It's ridiculous, man. Think about it. It is. I understand it sounds ridiculous, bro, but that's their reality. Like,
it's
you draw
not their reality. Their reality is everybody's reality. It's all the same. There's only one reality. Yes, there is, Bri. There's only one reality.
There's absolutely only one reality. There's only one true reality. But in their reality, like on your globe,
No, this is
are
not
you
real.
trying to say your globe is the same as their globe all of a sudden?
Please,
Or
Bri, don't talk for
This is
other
fantasy.
people.
This is not reality. This is fantasy.
Well, no, then we all have the same globe then, right?
Get the real globe. We need to get through and keep this in reality. Right? Blue Marble, what he's done is he's keeping the same numbers that he used for Pythagoras, the numbers that he then used for trigonometry to come up with the numbers for the triangle that he had there in reality. And now he said, that's not right.
You're a hard person to agree with, Bev. I'm trying to tell you that, yes, what he's done is he's made the right angle slope. Okay, I'm not agreeing with it. You're a hard person to agree with.
Right, look, you're trying to say something that really gets confusing. In reality, what Blue Marble has done, he's keeping all of the numbers for the lengths of the sides for the triangle. Right? There's nothing's changed. Except they've managed to squeeze in some extra angles. Somehow. And what Blue's done is decided to slope this line here of this triangle. But in doing that, he hasn't changed any of the lengths of the sides of the triangle. So it's a different triangle, but not different. That's clear for everyone to see.
What he didn't show you is in their world, he actually did have to change the length. That's why I came up with a little bit too far, because I was doing the math in reality, but in their mind, that's why it wasn't 10 arc minutes, because the length he didn't take it that far. But it's all math. It's all mathematics, man. So ultimately, I do agree with you 100%, man. It's mathematics, and it's not reality.
It's not even mathematics. You cannot change a triangle because somebody's decided to add some angles to it and then say you're going to change the triangle and slope the side and make this right angle not a right angle, and then not change anything else. It just doesn't work. It's impossible. Blue should know this. If he's got anything to, don't say it's me being dumb, Blue. All you've done is tilted a line, but changed nothing.
No, it is not impossible. It is not possible because therefore you are destroying this ratio in Pythagorean theorem. So it's just, I don't know. It's a magic trick.
Yeah, he doesn't realise that what Larry and Jesse are actually giving him is more angles to a straight line. Or a triangle. But I don't know. Blue, I'll leave it to you. We will go over this. We have got it planned on how to explain what's going on and the impossibilities of what you're saying, Blue.
This is why he needs to take the video down, because even on a fucking globe, we would still get 180. What the fuck is he thinking, dude?
Triangles only have 180.
Blue, take the video down, you dumbass. Even on a globe, the Euclidean postulate still holds up, you fucking dumbass. Take the video down. That's me telling you a favor.
Blue like
Yeah,
that.
sorry. I'm just trying to do him a favor. He doesn't understand nothing you're saying.
Yeah, that's not likely to help him though, really, is it? Other than to give him something to make a video about.
Well, there's probably a lot of people out there who didn't understand that even on a globe, if you draw them two lines,
it's got nothing to do with a globe. This
I
is
know,
Blue Marble
man.
showing everyone that he doesn't know the first thing about Pythagoras, trigonometry, or what Jesse and Larry have actually done. He knows nothing about optics, how it works in reality. He's just basically showing his ignorance to everyone.
Which makes it even worse, because if Jesse and them did do that, which he didn't show, he just said red dot 1, red dot 2. That means these people building our world are supposedly, hand quote, yank, yank, they freaking don't understand geometry.
Larry and Jesse are not surveyors. This is only ever done by Larry, Jesse, and the guy who doesn't live in Maine. That's the three people that you've got in this entire arena that have led people into believing this. And the worst thing is, they've led Blue into doing this. Blue's making a video of it.
Yeah, but I bet you he doesn't understand. Does he understand the geometry of it? Like
how can he? He's just falsified Pythagoras, but not changed any of the distances.
He needs to go to. We got to send him to LIGO to do the same math, man. I don't know what to do. I said my piece. Good eye though.
2 seconds. Now you'll also notice there are a couple of green dots appearing. This measured divergence from Larry and Jesse does not include the effects of refraction.
Oh, right.
And we're always looking through the atmosphere, and we always have some refraction. And refraction always makes objects in the distance appear higher than they really are. Not by a lot, but by some.
Higher?
Well, yeah, we've disproven that with infrared cameras. That means with infrared cameras, this is kind of a little off topic, so I'll make it real quick. With infrared cameras, we tend to cut through the refraction, and so we come up with the hypothesis that if we see things higher due to refraction, that things would appear lower through an infrared camera, but yet we see farther and things don't appear lower with less refraction. So that's just that whole little thing is out the door.
Who came up with that one?
I think Austin Whitsitt came up with that one, Mary, to be honest.
Okay. And things appear higher?
Well, in their world, we've got to start thinking like you, Beth. I know it doesn't make sense, but we got to start holding them accountable to their own horse shit.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to... That's the first time I've ever heard of that. Sounds crazy. I think Whitsitt's fucked as well, really. If he's trying to come up with things about infrared cameras, who's got the infrared camera?
Jaron had one. Jay Tolan Media has got one. A bunch of people got one, bro. Yeah, he had one. Yeah. He don't now, but he did back. I think last year actually. He had one for quite a while, but he doesn't have one now. But yeah, a lot of people do have infrared cameras, and this is just their claim. They could say that the infrared cuts down on refraction. That's everything about their science. So no, trust me, he's ace, bro. He's ace. It's hard for a lot of people to understand him because he's holding them to their own horseshit. He follows them, what he was taught, and he's just a lot faster than me, and most of us really the way he thinks. So he studies up on all their shit and shoves it right back down their face, man. So yeah, he's a bright young man, trust me.
Okay, let's see what the green dots do.
Amount. That's what the green dots are simulating.
Green dots are stimulating them being higher. Larry and Jesse, they've both got an extra bit of height somehow because
Yeah, but
refraction.
But Euclidean geometry establishes the elevation doesn't matter. That's why I said that. I did get kind of rude there, but yeah, elevation doesn't matter. They could be at any elevation period. If they're using line of sight, I mean, if they're using line of sight, man, maybe I'm missing something, but I'm just saying.
They're just measuring angles. The rest of the stuff's got from Google, and Blue's done trigonometry and Pythagoras in order to do all of that sort of stuff. I don't know why. Trigonometry, Pythagoras to get the slope distance, I would imagine. Hey.
Larry, down there on the left at the red dot, was looking at Jesse, but he was seeing Jesse up there where the green dot is. He was seeing Jesse in a higher position than Jesse actually is.
Really?
And that made Larry's angle A smaller than it really is in reality. The same thing was happening to Jesse. Jesse was looking down at Larry. He's now the green dot on the left side.
It makes people live.
And again, the effect of refraction is to decrease the angular measurement that Jesse's making. So when we take refraction into account, that will add another 40 or 50 arc seconds to the angle that both Jesse and Larry measured.
Right, so they've both measured an angle, right? And as we all know, you can do fuck all with an angle, except you can add them together. And now it appears you can add more angles to those angles through calculation. They'll have been told this from Jesse and Larry, right? Maybe a bit of George. George did a lot of this sort of stuff. People have been playing games about this for fucking years, haven't they? Some people that measure angles that you can do fuck all with can add more angles to them and falsify trigonometry and Pythagoras at the same time.
The result
really
will be
good.
A true divergence of something in excess of 9 minutes.
A true divergence. Nice. Nice. I like the way you add that in, Blue.
In surveying terms, that actually is huge. Now,
in surveying terms, that's actually a load of bullshit. That's only ever been done by a couple of people. Well, Jesse obviously isn't around anymore. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski and fucked off.
Think about it though, man. Over 20 miles, man. An arc minute's 3 feet, man. That's huge.
Oh, just think about it. Jesse's not around anymore.
Just like they can distinguish an arc over freaking 500 feet or 1,000 feet. They have a false reality, man. They are not living. Their minds don't correspond with the real world.
Blue's been told to say this. Scripted. Shadow Giants have handed it to him. He's got no ability to know whether it's true or not. It's just repeating it. Those distances don't matter, says Blue.
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say that's just a one-off thing. This is Jesse and Larry, and they're just messing around. How about this one?
Oh, go on.
How about a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration survey from June of 1978? This is a survey of the McDonnell Observatory radial line scheme. And you see all the various points in that little diagram on the right.
Distance measurement.
Let me show you what that data showed.
Distance measurement.
Now, the sum of the reciprocal zenith angle observations are made of the outward angular inclination of the plumb lines at each end of these very long lines radiating in all directions.
See this column here?
Yeah, it's crazy. I figured it out, Bev. All we got to do, we can come up with any measurements we want. We just got to make you a red dot, me a red dot, and just angle our verticals. You know, depending on what we want, we just angle our verticals. So we can pretty much come up with whatever we want, right? Just angle our verticals. deviate them from each other.
You calculate distances to make a Pythagorean, and then you say, well, we're not bothered about those distances. They change. Don't worry about it. They're different. We've got a different angle. He's got another column here with plumb line tilt on it. Plumb line tilt. Plumb line tilt. I'm not so sure whether you get what this is going on here about Blue. And
I've shown that diagram
impossible
again on the lower left side. Let's look at this column.
Oh.
These are reciprocal zenith measurements, and they are in pairs. So the top line is measuring the angle from position 1, which is right there, to position 7, which is right there. And the next line is from 7 back to 1. This column shows the sum of the zenith angles. Notice they all are in excess of 180 degrees.
All of them.
And the next column shows the plumb line tilt.
Plumb line tilt.
The smallest we see is 15 minutes, 53 seconds. And we see another one at 44 minutes, 33 seconds. About halfway.
Ain't that what's in contention? Ain't the plumb line tilt what's in contention? So, like I said, they're just they've just literally tilted the plumb line, which is what I've been arguing with them for 6 years. They just tilt it and then tell you these new numbers, and voila.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, plumb line tilt. Which plumb line is it that's tilted?
Horizontal. I know, right?
Yeah.
But there you go. Just tilt it, assume it, and declare it, and there you have horizontal excess.
Yeah, this plumb line is tilted from not that horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, which one of the plumb lines is tilted? Who knows? Perhaps both of them. Perhaps equal out both of them relative to the one in the center. Perhaps. I don't know, the one that's not tilted. The center.
Or if you're right in the middle, they're both half tilted.
I think that's how you work it out, Blue, right? 2 tilting plumb bobs with the
notice
vertical
these
in the
slope
middle.
distances. They range from 32 kilometers up to 92 kilometers. So what can we conclude from this? Well, horizontals are not parallel.
I would say that's a bit of a non sequitur, but
No, what we can conclude is that if he'd have went by the measurements that they measured, then we know that the verticals aren't tilting. It's not till after after he tilted the verticals that all the red dot mathematics came about. So we learned that anybody who has line of sight is going to measure the 180. But then, yeah, if you want to tilt your vertical, you can do whatever you want.
We will be getting into exactly what's going on here. Obviously, I think I don't know whether people are so clouded by the model that they can't see what's going on. And I really think that's what's going on. I think what's needed here is people to just drop the model for a moment and try and work out what's actually going on. But obviously, in this arena, people can't see clearly. Model affliction. Everyone has it.
Out of respect for Blue, though, if he can show me the angles and prove that tilt, then I definitely will apologize. Out of respect for him, like if I have something wrong and they literally did really measure, right? But if they really if they actually did measure these numbers he's throwing out there after the calculation, or before, I want to say before any calculations, then I definitely will apologize, Blue, if you're listening.
Just measure
and
angles, Bri.
I'm just throwing that out there as a disclaimer. In all fairness,
they do actually measure the angles. They'll go, look, here's the angles. Look, and that's all you've asked for.
That's what I was talking about with elevations. I want to see 2 of them from an airport or somewhere else where we have the actual height where we can hang a freaking tape measure down.
You can do it. You could
Okay.
definitely do it.
Says you.
And you'll get more than 180 degrees every time. That's because of a natural thing in reality.
I agree with that. But I don't. But you saying always? That is definitely wrong. You will definitely, most certainly not. Maybe where you're at, you might always get it, bro. I've got days where I'm at, where we'll get like a lack of excess. There's some days around where I'm at, I could prove concave if I'm just going by angles. It does vary wildly where I'm at.
Well, you wouldn't measure angles. You don't measure vertical angles over distance. Most people know that. And there's a reason for that, which we will obviously get round to. I mean, that's what we were doing. That's why we went out to show people, first off, what you can see over distance, what accuracy you can measure to. That's why we went there. But there's also something else that people sort of noticed, but they didn't really look at it well enough. They just assumed things. There are reasons that things happen in reality. Coming to false conclusions isn't normally a way of doing it. And obviously, Blue Marble, he's... it has to be, right? It has to be. 'Tis globe. You have to end up at the globe. But what Blue's done is obviously really bad. It's passing on paralogisms to lots of people. These are the conclusions that Blue Marble has come to. Not anybody else's conclusions. So you want to know about people pushing bullshit? Well, look no further than Blue Marble science.
Plumb lines are not parallel, and level is definitely not horizontal. Now, before I leave you, I got one more thing.
That was Blue Marble. There you go. There, Blue Marble's 3 conclusions of Larry and Jesse measuring 2 angles. 1 each.
He seemed pretty adamant about speaking of refraction. So was that his way of being honest and saying, well, our numbers didn't quite match, but yeah, refraction is a real thing, and things are really, they're higher than what we measure. So if we showed you the actual measurements, we'd have to do some calculations, based on the radius of Earth, and then we can get the right measurements, But we know this; it's all proven. It's a big bunch of gossip.
What's higher?
Ain't that what he said? He said that refraction is a real thing, and it makes things appear higher. So, I mean, maybe I was imagining it.
Well, does it?
You got a mistake when I quote them or repeat what they say.
I know, but I'm just saying you are repeating it, and I'm saying Blue Marble just put a green dot on there and then said refraction makes things appear higher. Well, does it?
Why would he say a thing like that?
I'd say it doesn't. Or how do you know it does?
Well, we don't, because all we have is dots. But I'm guessing that either A, he's making up these numbers, B, they gave him red dot numbers, or C, his real numbers didn't match, so he had to draw another dot.
He made it even more. He made it tilt even more. He added more tilt for refraction.
He did. He that's green. Yep, he did add more tilt with the green dot. That's a good point. I didn't think of it like that.
So refraction adds tilt to the plumb bobs as well. Because, like Blue says, or Blue thinks, stuff appears higher. So when you're looking in the distance, stuff's higher than it actually is. And blue thinks that's a way for you to be able to measure vertical angles, to be able to measure something when you think something's actually higher than it actually is. I mean, it's ridiculous. To prove the fact that they can't even measure the angles that they say they're measuring, you've now got blue saying that stuff appears higher. So it appears higher, but you can't actually measure the angle, but they're still coming up with these numbers. Blue Marble's been handed a stuffed pig. It's fucking rubbish, Blue. It stinks. And I don't know how you've fallen in for this, but you're the man now, Blue. You're gonna go and ruin me for next 2 weeks. Prove me wrong, Blue. This is you doing this. You've been handed it. Good luck. It's impossible, and you're probably gonna have to do a Jesse Kozlowski. Because that's why Jesse did a Jesse Kozlowski. Because he can't do this. Nobody can explain what the fuck's going on. So good luck. And then this is his last little bit. As if this doesn't tell you what Blue's got on his mind. Now we've got...
And level is definitely not horizontal. Now before I leave you, I got one more thing. The auto level crosshair in this picture is at about 10 feet above mean sea level. Anybody want to take a guess at why it is at the top of a 100-foot building that's 13 miles away? That's right. Gotta be Earth curve. Hey, thanks for watching.
So by that same logic, if we're standing at, let's just say the foot of Pontchartrain Bridge, then we look out level, then we're seeing 100-something feet in the air.
Yes.
I don't get it.
Yes, you are right, because things are shrinking with in distance, but they are shrinking to this level line or whatever.
To the horizon.
To the horizon, not to crosshairs. They are not shrinking with crosshairs. So they are departing from horizontal, established, let's say, with crosshairs. And because they are shrinking, this distance between horizon and crosshair is getting bigger. It occupies bigger size and distance. So if at a distance of few meters, like, or even if we take this picture, this distance between crosshair and horizon would be, let's say, I don't know, 1 foot, but in the distance, like 13 miles, this 1 foot will change into, like Blue Marble said, 100 meters or whatever, because it is shrinking. Everything is shrinking. So this foot would shrink in distance, in perspective. I am not saying that real foot is shrinking, because it is nonsense. I am saying visually, everything is shrinking, and he is just ignoring that. And because it is converging to horizon and not to crosshairs or horizontal, it means that it is departing from that. Simple.
Yeah, but there's definitely something else going on, man. Sometimes, like, and whatever it is going on is moving shit around, like just dropping shit, like they say. It's moving shit around. It's like it's making it higher than level, sometimes lower than level. There's something else going on besides just convergence.
I'm not saying that there is no refraction or whatever, but basically it drops to horizon from horizontal, apparently, visually. So if he's saying that it appears to be higher, so this is just pure nonsense, what he's saying. It is not higher.
I agree. I
It
agree.
should
I agree
drop.
with that. It's pure necessity. In their model, it's literally pure necessity, and also at the same time, in reality, it is absolutely pure nonsense.
Well, you can, like, as we've shown, you can definitely go to a beach. You can, as this picture shows, you can show people what they can see over a certain distance in the crosshairs. If you look in the crosshairs there, you can see the measuring rod. It's about 5 meters, and it completely fills those 2 Stadia hairs. That means a ratio of 1 to 100. If there's 5 meters in the Stadia hairs, then at a ratio of 1 to 100, we are around 500 meters away. You can see that because you can see the measuring rod.
Yes, but look at that this way. Go to the Blackpool Tower with that measuring rod, and it would be, of course, invisible. But what distance between crosshairs that would occupy this measuring rod at that distance, 13 miles? It would shrink into nearly nothingness.
Yeah, that's what we showed.
Yeah.
Why we went there, to show exactly how all of the Stadia hairs work, what you can see. And the idea of this particular test was to show people that you can't measure to 3 millimeters. Can't get that accurate.
Yeah. So no measurement.
Which is a thing. Hang on, let's see what did we end up here. See, these are to the arc second over these large distances. Remember, this is only 15 meter. You're looking for 500 meters away, and you're looking for 3 millimeters there. Now, it doesn't matter how much bigger you get, you're never going to be able to measure the accuracy to the arc second. It's impossible. It cannot be done. Simple as that. Doesn't matter how thin you make this crosshair, you're never going to be able to measure to the required thing that you want, arc second. It's time people have a wake up. You can see what you can see, and you don't get pictures from Jesse or Larry and Jeff, mainly because they're not around anymore, but because you can't actually see it. You just have to take it on faith, blind faith.
I bet Ruhif was talking last night, or not? No, it was not. And he was saying that somebody asked him if Ranty ever went and did that measurement and everything with the auto level of the Blackpool Swan, and I said that Ruhif came out and he said no, well, nobody made a prediction. I was like, a couple of us did, but most of us just predicted that he wasn't going to do it, But then he reworded it to where we predicted, we wanted a prediction of how much this or that, and here's why I think they didn't do it, because of the fact we understand the 1 to 100 ratio. There's no way they're going to take the freaking auto level. They're probably not even going to be able to see it. They might, but they're probably going to see something different. But that 1 to 100 ratio is going to fall to pieces when applying that to the size. And then his charts, how he says, well, it should come down to here. Like, it's not going to work with that ratio. They can use pictures all they want. I don't think I think his shit's going to fall to pieces if he tries to show us the Blackpool Swan through an auto level. We're going to pick it to fucking pieces. Excuse my language. I gotta stop doing that.
The Blackpool Swan. What the fuck's that? Ranty never went up to Winter Hill with an auto level. because
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Because he would have been the first person ever to go up a mountain with an auto level. It would have been historic. Nobody's ever done it before. Do you want to know why? Because it's fucking ridiculous.
Right. And I'm
That's
telling you
why
why.
they wanted you to do it, or me to do it, or whatever. We went there, gave him the predictions. I showed him Blackpool Tower from 3 different elevations. Ranty never went up there because it's stupid. It's fucking ridiculous for anybody to even think and consider it doing any of this shit.
Right. That was your prediction, though, is that he wasn't going to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, if you did do it, if they could prove something, Bev, and you got to just think, I mean, before you just like think contrary. Look, if they could prove something by doing that, they would have done it. And I'm telling you why. I'm just giving you my opinion on why they didn't do it, because there are Stadia hairs in that thing, and it's going to pick their shit up. Trust me, if they could just go up that to that spot and just look at with an auto level and prove all shit. But the fact of the matter is, Ruip's already done all these diagrams where he's saying the ground should be way down here. No, that's not going to line up with the crosshairs. The ground shouldn't be way down low in the picture. And if they use an auto level, Beb, and to show that, they're going to have trouble like focusing into the peephole, and you know that. But I'm just saying it could be because them Stadia hairs are going to tear their freaking globe to pieces, their predictions to pieces.
Not the Stadia hairs. They
did not. One thing I know they didn't do is establish.
They won't see the Isle of Man.
That's my prediction.
Probably won't
they won't even see it.
Blackpool Tower. Well, they won't actually see any of it because nobody's ever going to go and do it.
I think they'll see Blackpool
Tower.
Tower.
Stock out of themselves. People would say, "Why the fuck are you doing that?"
I think they'll see Blackpool Tower on a nice day. I believe they'll see it. But yeah, I don't think they'll see that. They won't be able to replicate that picture. And yeah, I agree. It'll make a laughingstock out of them. But he did buy the auto level. I mean, so he said. He said he gave it to Ranty. But we were defending you over there because you did literally predict he'd never do it right out of the gate. And sure enough, your prediction so far holds weight, holds true.
Yeah,
They never did
is the one that's told Ranty to put a ruler on a picture. He got a picture from the internet, gave it to Ranty, told Ranty to put a ruler on it, make a big fuss about it, load of bullshit about trigonometry or whatever. Ranty didn't understand a fucking thing about that picture. They didn't even understand where it was taken from or anything. They're a joke.
If it's 20,
a lot of them. All of them.
Well, where do the Stadias break down? I'm just out of curiosity, because if it's 20, let's just say it's 20 kilometers. If it's or even 50 kilometers, no, we can't see that far. Try to make the math easier, but if it's 20 kilometers, then what is in between the crosshairs of the Stadia?
What are you going to put in the Stadia to measure?
The part of Blackpool. It'd be Blackpool would be inside the whole Stadia, though. Do you think? What do you think?
Don't know. You're using Blackpool as a rumpus pole.
Kinda, but I'm telling you, it breaks down. Like, they're trying to use it for elevation, but if they're going to do that, we got to hold them accountable to the whole damn thing, right? And I'm telling you, the Stadia
elevation.
I'm just telling you, bro, the Stadia shit's going to break down. If it's 100 to 1, then we can divide the distance by the 100 meters. And then
have something in the crosshairs.
Of course.
And
that wouldn't be
using as a measuring rod.
You jumping up and down, kicking or something. I'm throwing that out there. I'm just saying. I bet you that measurement breaks down like to oblivion. Like, they're trying to use the elevation of it, which is ridiculous. So show us. I'm just saying. I think you know what I'm saying. Like. The Stadia hairs and the distance in that calculation, I think, is going to fail miserably.
I'm not too sure whether you actually understand the Stadia hairs.
It's 100 to 1, right? So if something is in front of me, okay, and I know the distance, okay, then I've got a ratio. It's,
No.
I mean, what do you mean
No, it doesn't work
understand?
like that.
No,
It's
I've got to say
stadiometric
something
range
close. I've got to know the height.
finding.
Right, I've
Not
got to know the height.
stadiometric size finding.
I've got to know the height to something. Yeah, if I don't know the height, it's worthless. It's just a ratio, bro. What is there to understand? What are you talking about?
Stadiometric range finding.
This is based on isosceles triangle. And by the way, Brian, can you see that in that picture that Beth's hat is aligned with crosshair? Yes.
Hold on, let me look. Let me look.
This is what on Blue Marble is on this video.
Oh, that's right. You fucking already did. You did something similar. Yeah.
So look at that hat and imagine that Beth is going along this, let's say, perfect level surface, which is not, but it is. Let's assume that he is going.
It is.
Blackpool Tower.
When we went to do there that day, we found the shoreline, right? You know, the high tide mark. And we walked along, we found the straightest part. So that is about as straight as it could be. As it, I can't remember whether we were doing that or the other, you know, exactly. Probably not. No, because the Blackpool Tower's in there.
Okay.
According to the Stadia hairs.
Let's say.
So it makes the example even easier. So Beth is going to Blackpool Tower, and imagine what would occur with that hat.
He'd be 1,000 times. He'd be 1,000 times. That would make Blackpool 1,000 times further away than Bev from the auto level, which is wrong.
No. I am talking about Beth and his hat. What in perspective?
50 to 1.
What would do?
Would it be 10 to 1 or 50 to 1?
This hat would be of course, smaller, and will not be aligned with crosshair. It will drop because Beth is going smaller and Beth is going to horizon.
Yeah, but look, if Bev is centered with the crosshairs, then then the bottom of his hat and the top of his hat is going to shrink at the same rate if he doesn't change elevation. If it worked like that.
But Blue is imagining that this hat should stay at the same crosshair line. And as you can see, this Blackpool Tower, it would mean that from some point, Bev should start to float, to fly. Because his hat, top of the hat, is aligned with the base of Blackpool Tower. And this base of Blackpool Tower is at, as Blue said, I can't remember now, but some couple meters above sea level. So Bev should start to fly. So, but this is not.
Yeah, but if Bev is 7 foot tall, let's see. Wait, where are the crosshairs? At the, I'm having trouble making this out. Are the crosshairs at the top of his hat in this picture?
Yes, in that picture, middle crosshair is exactly at the top of his hat.
So I would say it's more reliable for me to say that if Bev is 7 foot tall, okay, we know Bev's way taller than that, but let's just say he's only 7 foot tall. It's safe to say that it's way more reliable that the auto level is set up right at 7 feet than to claim anything about Blackpool Tower the distance. Making any claims about something in the background like that is borderline retarded in reality, like if you're talking reality.
Yes, but my point is that their claim is that this Blackpool Tower is not in that position that should be. That this
They say
crosshair-
it's lower.
yes, it's lower.
90
Yeah, they're
foot
using-
lower, they say.
They're trying to use Blackpool
Fucking
Tower as a story pole.
ridiculous.
They're trying to use Blackpool Tower as a story pole, right?
It's a measuring rod, yeah.
Oh my God! Thank God they ain't building shit, bro. That's all I can say.
And by the way, Brian, as you can see, Beth is roughly the same height as Blackpool Tower, because he is from middle crosshair to bottom crosshair, and Blackpool Tower is from middle to upper crosshair. So roughly the same height. So
I never thought of it like that.
yeah, because they ignore perspective. So it means that Beth is so high as Blackpool Tower, or Blackpool Tower is the same height as Beth. This is just nonsense. This is what they conclude from measuring this picture with the ruler on the screen.
Right.
This is what
If
you
you,
get.
hey, look, if you backed up further and lost the bottom of Blackpool and Bev was in it, then they draw the line of Blackpool. Like you could probably bait Ruhif into doing this. Maybe not if he's listening, but if he's not, you could go further back and just get a real little, like a piece of Blackpool in the distance, Bev, and Ruhif will make a diagram out of it, and he'll draw a red line like to the bottom of your feet, to where he'll literally make you like match the size of Blackpool, bro. Like even with the ratio is ridiculous.
I think it's fucking ridiculous. This whole fucking arena. It's pretty obvious what's going on. Yet everybody seems like they haven't got a fucking clue. Everybody acts like they're stupid.
Yeah, but this is effect of staring for 200 hours in the picture.
Picture,
So
yeah.
yes,
You have to
will
remember,
end.
this picture that Blue Marble's obsessing over, that Chaiki's fucking give him, right, is a picture where we went to show people that the guy who claims that plumb lines aren't parallel, Jeff, the guy who probably doesn't live in Maine, the stupid video channel that's fucked off like Jesse Kozlowski, we proved that he's a lying shit.
Yeah, but don't, if you zoom in, if you
but-
zoom in, if you zoom in enough,
Did you
man,
just
can't we see like,
for Jeff?
yeah, you gotta hear
Well
this,
done.
Bev. Bev, you gotta, if we zoom in enough, we could see like a nano arc second, right? Hey, we could see molecules and shit.
Well, they don't even have to do that. They just write it down in a book. And people go, oh, yeah, well done. Yeah, definitely. He's done that. They don't take any notice of the actual thing where you show them and say, look, you cannot do this. No, people keep going.
Yeah, I punched it in my calculator, and that's 0.1 degree, 1 minute, 2 seconds, 4 milliseconds, and 5 nano arc seconds. Write that down, Cletus. Yeah, it passed him, bro. The point doing that passed him. There's no way that you made it obvious. Even the people who don't understand it, they get it in the back of their mind. They get it that you can't get that kind of accuracy because you can't even see it.
Right. They don't want
It's
to
worse
get
than
it.
that.
Admit it,
They
bro.
want to
They don't want
carry
to admit
on
it.
talking shit.
It's worse than that. They don't even know what the main surveyor did. Ask him what he did. Procedure.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, he went to Cape
There's
Elizabeth.
Buster in the back. Yeah, I think you're a little bit low there, Buster.
What's up, Buster?
Yeah,
Hey, Rob.
I'm just saying they don't even know the procedure that he did. Ergo, they don't know why Bev went to Blackpool. Because they don't
Are
even
you
know what Jeff did.
Buster, you referring to the where he tried to replicate what you call it, the or the old freaking Arabic guy and from Cape Elizabeth?
No. Reciprocals.
Uh-oh. Breaking up, Buster.
It gets Reciprocal
Buster,
zenith angle.
drop and rejoin. I'll hold the airwaves for you, man. I desperately want to hear what you have to say, bro. I won't say a thing until you drop and rejoin. Please, I want to hear it.
Am I coming through now?
No, you're breaking badly.
Yeah. Yeah. What Buster's talking about is the fact that no fucker knows what Jesse or Jeff or Larry actually did. They just go off all of the diagrams and say, look, well, here's an angle. Here's an angle of more than 180. And that's good enough for everyone. They don't know how they measured the angles, how they did that, what the fucking maths is, how to work the geometry, what the procedures are, or what the fucking follow on, the conclusions, how the consequences of what that is. Nobody knows anything.
Yeah,
You're
we
right.
said it. Am I coming through now?
It's
A little bit better. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. It's a little better. Go ahead for a second. We'll tell you.
We went over to Geo's too. It was not this last weekend, but the weekend before, and they kept posting that. So I was digging a little more to ask like how he got those measurements, and nobody knew like how he did the procedure he did to get the numbers he got. Nobody
I know the only
knew.
numbers I've ever seen was Al Baruni. He did an Al Baruni test at Cape Elizabeth, which is ridiculous.
No, just the reciprocal zenith thing, like the procedure he went through to get those numbers in that notebook that they always post. They don't know. Like Bev said it, they don't know. Oh, never.
I can only assume he was claiming arc seconds accuracy, which is a joke.
Yeah. The instruments measure to the arc seconds, yes. But actually measuring it yourself and then claiming that you get measurements like this, Blue Marble, that says he can say that verticals aren't parallel. He can say that horizontals aren't parallel because Jesse and Larry measured an angle.
And to any Globers out there who don't understand this, Blue and Jeff, it'd be a miracle if he was listening. Any Globers, Wally, who don't understand this, I can do the math and draw a red or blue dot and make any claims I want. But we're showing you, Bev has literally went out and showed you what we can actually see through a probably one of the best scopes, that I've seen through. And that's what we see. They can claim all this arc second bullshit and these Alberti tests and this dude, there's what we see. All these claims they're making are lies. Bev proved it.
Didn't prove it. I gave you the ability to see it for yourselves. And the problem is, nobody can see it. You're all blinded by a model. You can't actually see what it is that you're actually looking at because the model blinds everything you see. You see models everywhere. Like Blue Marble. Blue Marble looks at that and what does he see? He sees a drop of Blackpool Tower in the distance. I'd
go as far as even saying this. If they've got an instrument that claims to see, I mean, when we're talking about these angles, nobody's understanding that it's all about distance.
That's your model, Bry.
You're
talking about angles. We're looking at a picture of Blackpool Tower. There is no angles there. Why are you talking about angles?
Because people don't understand that when you're talking about angles, then it all boils back down to distance. And like I said, what you showed was that it just way before the distances they're claiming, what we actually see. You showed it. Like I said, you say you didn't prove nothing. Maybe I'm taking it to an extreme, but to me, you have absolutely proven with that instrument, with them optics, what you actually see. I don't have to even put a disclaimer on it. I could be vague about it and say, look, this is what you see. But I'm taking it a step further and saying with the 32 times scope, which is amongst the best in the business. I'm not saying it's the best, but it's top shit, dude. It's good optics, and there's what you see. So anybody claiming beyond that, like, oh, there's 100 clicks of milli-arc seconds between there, you're not going to be able to tell which fucking click it is because you can't distinguish anything that small, So yeah, forgive me for that, but I've got to take it the extra level because people ain't getting it, Bev.
Well, I mean, it's plain to see, right? I haven't even got this video on my channel. This one, the one that we did this. We did this over at Geos to show people. It was a really quick test to show people how we can broadcast to Discord and show people what you can see through an auto level. That's it. Nothing else.
That was a great video, by the way. I watched it from beginning to end twice, bro. That is a very good video, bro. That's one of my favorites to date so far, man. Anybody who hasn't seen it, I think it was Beb's, not the last one, Shorty, but the one before that. It's just, it's only a couple hours, but it's awesome. It's full of information and full of the discussion from both sides. So if you want to learn what's going on in reality, you want to learn the argument, and you want to take it to all the way to its roots. If you don't know, go watch Beb's the last video he put up. Great one.
Well, I don't know how much longer. I mean, I keep saying this, right? But I'm not too sure how much longer I can stick within this arena.
I bet, bro. I
mean,
it's exhausting.
No, it's not. It's not that it's so exhausting. I've found loads out, right? I've got loads of stuff, but I just can't stand the people talking about the model. Like, I've been here for 4 years saying to people, let's talk about reality. Let's prove shit in reality. And people can't get around that. They have to have the model. They can't prove reality. They have to prove not models.
Oh, well, you better believe they are talking about it. If they're
not.
Dude,
this arena does not want reality.
I know they're not. Trust me, when they think they have something, they'll make some videos about you, this and that. But and they'll delete some when we go over them. But when they think they have something, Bev, they will join. When Wally is and them and Blue, they've all went over and they think they have something. They'll join. They've done it in the past. Right now, they're still scratching.
Don't want them. They're obsessed with.
They're still in the huddle.
They're dangerous people.
Every minute you're not here, they might be, but every minute they're not here, they're in the huddle, and you're ahead. Is all I'm saying. You're winning when they're not here talking about it. That means they're still in the huddle, and you're winning. So you don't think a lot of us don't notice that.
Literally, it's not about winning. It's about trying to talk about reality, not about people talking about models. And, people are just being fooled by it. And the more I stay in here, like you can see, Blue Marble's making videos now stating that level isn't horizontal. Right? Blue Marble is literally gaslighting people.
We've been waiting on that. We've been waiting on them to boldly speak their horse shit. And that's what we're attacking over at Geos and other places too, man. And then sometimes, Bev, that's what you got to do, man. Like you gotta work. Sometimes it's you got to come within their realm and to debunk their horse shit. And when they start making claims like that, then we're on the tip, bro, attacking it and be fooling them, bro. And that's when once they make the claim, they can't shut up. And they have made the claim, but not boldly. Now they're boldly making this ridiculous claim, and so it's coming to a head. You're doing work, bro. You're doing such good work, man. I hope let me give you a pat on the back because I don't come here a lot, bro. You're doing a lot. You're doing great work, bro. Trust me. There are people supporting you, brother. That you're doing great work. When they're not joining, you're winning.
Well, look, the work that we've been doing for 4 years, and we just discussed things about reality within the Discord server. Right, not on the live shows. These live shows, believe it or not, they aren't what we do. Right, what we do when we aren't live is not this. Like, what we do when we come on here is we talk about the stuff, and people who have models come in and get triggered by it. That's what we've been doing for the live shows. Us going live triggers people with models. That's what they do. They come in and they watch the live shows and they get triggered to fuck. Because we're talking about reality. We won't join them in their model fantasies. And that goes for both sides, right? I don't want to get involved in people dicking about with models. My model's better than your model and all of that sort of stuff. It's irrelevant. We just talk about reality. So when we're not live, that's when it changes. That's when we really do what we do. And nobody comes in. Nobody's bothered about that. They don't want to know about the proofs. They don't want to know about all of that sort of stuff. They just want the drama. And they want to get triggered because they're models and people aren't joining one of the teams that you're meant to do in this fucking stupid arena.
I do understand you are in a neutral position, but it is a position of thorough honesty. And when we're not live, you represent the class of people out building the modern world. You know, they can claim all this horseshit they want, but they don't represent the working class man out building America in England
that doesn't have it or doesn't give a shit about a model. That's what I do. If you haven't noticed.
Right, the people out building the modern world. Don't ask what's going to happen if you pull a line tight. If I pull a line tight, then the bottom's going to come up. These are people who don't think about this debate and shit, you know. But it's time they heard about it, man. You know, it's just a shame that it doesn't get out more.
Right, you're obsessed with it. People who live normal lives, they don't want to fucking know. They're not obsessed with it. They don't give a shit.
Bev, one of us is fucking insane. I don't give a fuck what you say, bro. In fact, that sounded bad. I do really value what you say. But one of us is insane.
Yeah, we know.
If it's me, hold on. If it's me, I want to know, Bev. And if it's them, I would think they would want to know. This is very, if it was so cut and dry, bro, I'm just saying we wouldn't be having this discussion at all. But one of us, one side, maybe there ain't no winning and losing. You don't have to put it like that, but I'll put it worse than that. One of us is insane.
Right. One of us has a proof in reality.
Right. And one of us was insane for like almost 30 years or 30 plus years. One of us was insane for over 30 years and we realized that we was insane. So it's only my duty. I feel like it's my duty to other people to tell other people, you know, that maybe you might be insane. Like I was insane for years and years and right in front of my face. I would have thought that, you know what I'm saying.
You don't stop being insane. Unfortunately, once you've lost logic and the sense of all logic, you can't get it back. It's gone.
Well, you're right, you can't, but you talk about it.
Well, yeah, we do. I'm warning people that this model frenzy that people go in literally drives you insane. I've seen it happen to many people.
Or it drives
a lot of people have left. They have to leave the arena. Otherwise, they too will go insane.
Or maybe this discussion drives us unsane.
I don't know. I'd say that you don't want to be bringing people into this. Because the people in this arena are literally insane.
Yeah,
and they've been insane for years.
I think like that. There are times I think like that, Bev. Like, I mean, ignorance is bliss. Sometimes, you know, I think like that. Sometimes I think, man, I just wish I had never even would have heard about this horse shit, you know? Ignorance is bliss. There's a good reason that they've made an actual saying out of that. because sometimes it is, but not to me, bro. If I'm being honest, I don't have a bone in my body that I was literally mad at myself for not acknowledging what I've been doing every day for my adult life and not applying that logic to my world. I was literally mad at myself, dude. And I think anybody who I can show them value, you know, show that to, is going to greatly appreciate it. And there are people who are going to get mad, people who are scared. And you say what you want, they're scared, bro. And they wouldn't be here if they weren't scared. If they weren't scared, I mean, that's my opinion. Deep down, subconsciously, they're scared men, dude. They're not. I'm not saying they're wussies or nothing like that. Deep down, they're scared, or they have a lot to lose. In most instances, they have a lot to lose, and that's what they're scared of. Not scared physically. They're scared of losing what they got if they speak up subconsciously.
Okay, I'm off to bed. Good night.
Okay.
Thank you
Thanks
very
a
much.
lot, Paper.
Good night, brother. It's definitely ain't a rich man subject. You know, you're not going to see. I mean, we may never
Takes
until there's
people's minds.
right. I'm telling you, until there's enough people to support them, where they feel like they have enough backing and stuff, then people won't even acknowledge that level is horizontal.
No, but just people are just on their own. Anything that you see with the people with a following and all of that sort of stuff, right? That's scripted.
Right.
The
If you had like
whole thing is scripted. Blue Marble's laughing in the chat. He doesn't think he plays a part in the arena. Yet he's called
you, man.
Blue
Marble's got a nice
Science.
house, man. These people got big
Doesn't matter what
house notes. They
houses
got
he's
5,000.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, you don't. It does matter.
It doesn't.
You don't think it does because you haven't seen it, man. Why? How come you haven't heard any rich people standing up, bro? And until there's enough people looking out for me. All right, I'm speculating. I am speculating.
How do you know there's no rich people standing up?
Well, they don't want to admit they are rich, but I am speculating. I will put a disclaimer.
Why would they? Why would it matter?
But I'm just telling you what. After 6 or 7 years, you got to start thinking about this. You don't have to, but I start thinking. Look, if you have a $10,000 house note because you've got a 3-story, a big house, and you got all this money, and that's a threat, man. If you start speaking out against level being horizontal, you heard them, Bev. You heard them tell you point blank that if you think level is horizontal, something's wrong with you. Something's wrong with you. You think the Earth is flat or something if you think level's horizontal. So you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm getting at even?
It doesn't really look. The point about this is that Blue Marble says that, right? Now, I don't need to defend it. It doesn't bother me to hear Blue Marble say that, right? That it literally, I couldn't care less, right? The fact that I started saying that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane has caused Blue Marble to make these videos saying that level isn't horizontal, right? It doesn't bother me that he does say that.
Bother you that
he's obsessed with it.
It doesn't bother you that there are people out there calling you a child abuser for saying level's horizontal? That should bother you, bro.
Anybody else.
It should.
So why would it bother
you?
me?
Because if somebody said and spread
what do I do, Brian?
Child abuser, bro, for things I do every day, that would upset me, bro.
Brian,
I'm just saying.
Brian, look. Nobody in this arena gives a shit about people saying that, right? Now, me, it doesn't bother me because I know I'm not that. But what it does to other people in this arena, they hear that and think, oh, I don't want to be saying that level's horizontal because I'll get that called of me, right? That's all it does.
Yeah, you're right, Brian. If you go away,
make people
you can go
hey, I tell you what, people shouldn't really say that about people, should they?
No, they sure
they don't.
Shouldn't, but they are. And they're in with it. You can you are a child abuser to these people who we're going head on against, bro. Because we know you're not a child abuser, bro. Because we're building the modern world. We use these tools every day. We know how they work, and we like the conversation. Just to be quite frank with you, and you can go away all you want, bro. We're not gonna. You know what I'm saying? But you've stuck it out long enough, bro. But you don't deserve being called a child abuser, bro. And that's something worth fucking fighting for, Bev. I'm sorry to get emotional, bro, but that's definitely something worth fighting for. No, you don't have to worry about what people say. But if somebody called you a child abuser, that bothers me. They didn't even call me that. And that bothers me to my very core. For saying levels horizontal, you're abusing your children.
Nobody gives a shit. Because Blue Marble Science is still making videos about it. Right? And when I say Blue Marble Science, I mean not the YouTuber, right? I mean the entire thing, right? This time when you hear you're a science denier, right? Well, they mean you're a Blue Marble science denier. They don't mean just science, because science is the acquisition of knowledge about all sorts of things. Logic is the science of reasoning. Mathematics is the science of numbers. Geometry is the science of line and form. Right? They don't mean that science that you're denying. They just mean Blue Marble science. Right? Bro, and the fact that everybody gives everybody credit for it.
Listen to this. It is crazy, but you got to hear this. If nobody's seen the Impractical Jokers Flat Earth video, bro, oh my God, this is the funniest fucking thing I may have ever seen in my life. The Impractical Jokers did a hit piece, like a backwards, what do you call it? Like a slick backhand hit piece toward the ISS, dude. They got like 8 students. It's season 11. I never watched this stuff. I walked in, my wife was watching it. It's maybe the funniest shit I've ever. Oh my God, you got it, dude. Season 11, episode 9 of Impractical Jokers. Don't watch even another minute, but go to the end of that episode and watch. They do a hit piece on the ISS. And it is to me a flat Earth video. I was gonna post it, but I'll just recommend people go watch season 11, episode 9, where they make fun of the ISS. It is so funny, man. That shit's creeping into mainstream, man. It's like creeping in. You know, they got to be careful, but it's so fucking funny, dude. Oh my God, I don't even want to try and explain it, bro, because I just murder it. It's so funny, bro. Season 11, episode 9.
Right, I've just seen. Is PT in there? PT in the chat? He's made a video. I'd like to see what that video is. Blue Marble scientists. Fucking crazy, man. Have you ever had a teacher tell you that you've got a blind spot because you can't measure an angle to a curve?
No. Nope.
Have you ever had somebody tell you that horizontal is a sphere?
No, I absolutely have not.
Horizontal.
No, I have not.
No. I don't know why it's just me. But people really do say the weirdest shit to me. I won't
argue that, brother. You took some. You've been a shield for a lot of us, bro. It's been deflected. You took a lot of the artillery, for lack of a better word. They do say some messed up shit to you.
Yeah, Blue Marble Science is Blue Marble Science, the actual YouTuber now, right? He's been given the mission, because I came into this arena because of Jesse Kozlowski. And Fight the Flat Earth, right? The trolls. But mainly to come and look at Jesse Kozlowski. Now, they did actually come together. The really vile, horrible trolls that brought me in were with Jesse Kozlowski, part of the same team. Jesse Kozlowski may have had a nice face on him. The crew that he rocked with were less than nice, right? Like you said, name calling, they did all sorts of slandering stuff, right? Gave us a really bad name. We still got it. And now we've got people like Flat Earth Math and Blue Marble Science, who's been handed this ridiculous stolen concept, geometric impossibility, of which there are many. So anytime, yeah, Blue. So Blue Marble's been given the biggest stolen concept of all of them, and they've dumped it on him.
Yeah, but maybe Blue Marble's teacher, like my teacher didn't teach me that angles would go. Yeah, my teacher's definitely never taught me that. But maybe Blue Marble Science's teacher taught him that pi wasn't like 3.14159. Maybe Blue Marble Science's teacher. Yeah, maybe Blue Marble Science's teacher gave him a scale of what pi was. Instead of teaching him geometry, maybe the teacher gave him a scale of what pi is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you never know. Never know.
We did. They've all got this fantasy idea of geometry. Not willing to access the actual that. I've been talking to everyone about this. Everybody's scared of that. And they just want to have the not that.
Yeah, I've got it, man. I got it. So this is what. So if me and you are 10 miles apart on the lake with the invincible rope, and somebody we love is in the middle, floating on top, and we pull the line tight, we're gonna drown them, Bev. If we pull that line tight, and you're 10 miles away from me, and whoever's hanging on to the middle is treading water and hanging on by a life, if we pull that rope tight, we'll drown them, Bev. I'm telling you. Pi is not 3.14. Because literally that's what would have to happen on a globe. If I'm on one shore, you're on the other at water level, and we're pulling a line tight, we'll drown. Instead of you thinking like there's a gap in the middle and you pull it tight, you save the person's life. No, on a globe, you drown them. On a globe, if we pull that line tight, we pull them underwater like 20 or 30 feet or something and drown them. Ridiculous. I mean, if you think of it one way, it's 66 feet, but just thinking of the who knows, hump, drop, who knows how you want to define it. But in the globe model, you pull that line tight, you're going to drown the shit out of your loved one. Just saying. No, let go of the rope. Let go of the rope. I'm drowning. I can't stay afloat. You're pulling the rope tight and drowning me. Please let go of the rope, Bev.
I don't think in models anymore, Bri. Literally, I've been away. I drink distilled water. Have done for 4 years now. Just got myself a new one. Very good it is. Should get yourself one. I've stopped watching TV.
I do have one.
Maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago. I'm clean.
I quit watching TV for the most part, but I'm not going to say I completely quit, but I definitely do have a distiller. But I mostly just use the filter, but I do use the distiller sometimes. But it is really, really good. Anybody who hasn't tried it, it's definitely good. Yeah, I mean, you can taste it. Yeah, you can almost feel it when you taste it, man.
It's not for
but I'll say this.
Taste, it's to clear your mind. Clear all that shit out of it.
Yeah, right. I never deny a model afflicted. I'm always trying to improve the model that's out there just to argue against them within their own world. But and just one thing, and I'll bring it back off the model. But they tell me all this horse shit, so I'd like to verify it. And they say that Polaris is moving and all this shit, and these stars are moving because they have to, because they claim all these ridiculous speeds and whatnot that we're moving. So they have to start changing, maybe arc seconds or something. They claim a third of a degree every 20 years or whatever it is. So I just went to the ephemeris, and this is what I'm working on right now in my celestial navigation on a flat Earth, because it's just a circle of stars. And I'm about to show everybody that all the way back to 1981. That all these stars have the same damn circle relative to each other. They're all doing the same damn circle. There's 1 year where it changes, and then there's 2 years it does that, and then it changes right back to where it was. Maybe that's what they mean when they say wobble. But they're acting like they know what stars are doing over 1,000 years. It's all horseshit. I'll show you within their own argument how they say it's celestial navigation, this, that. These bitches ain't changing. You know, they might be processing together, you know, maybe, who knows? But they ain't changing for nothing, dude. They're all doing the same thing year in, year out. You can plant your crops by them, and you can, you can bet. Rise and shine as the rooster crows, as the sun shines. You can use the almanac for a guide to tides, to all kinds of stuff. It ain't changing. I'm gonna show them within their own model that shit ain't changing. There's just more lies from people like Fight the Flat Earth, Blue Marble Science. They probably never even looked into it. They just hear it and they repeat it. They're parrots. They're like, oh no, Polaris is processing this, that. No, it ain't. No, it ain't moving off its spot. They're all moving together in a circle of precession that's been predicted for thousands of years. They're just repeating horse shit. And that's why I like to call them on their own bullshit.
What's your impression of what you think we've been doing here? Like, what exactly do you think?
I think all the bullshit's getting called out, and they can do the best they can. It's tempting to drop out, and live life. But once you wake up, bro, you can say it all you want, bro. You can't never go back to sleep, in my opinion. I could sell out. Yeah, I could sell out and obviously get money and have easier shot at life. But anybody with any kind of integrity and a soul, once you wake up to bullshit, you want to keep pointing it out. And most of the stuff's been pointed out. So now we're fine tuning and looking deep into the arguments and just pointing out the horse shit and pointing out, and they can only stall it. It's just some kind of great awakening. It's not meant for us to not, we're not supposed to sell our soul and turn our backs to our next generations, our grandchildren, our grandchildren's children. This is the truth, man. And if you scream it to the rooftops. And so we might be wrong about 100 things. You notice one thing they're wrong about, that's bad. And so we keep working on that and pointing out what they're wrong about. And it all, the cream starts floating to the top and the shit starts sinking, man. And I think that's what's happening. That's my personal opinion. I think, but if I had millions of dollars, I probably would be in the background myself, man. But I would be supporting motherfuckers like Bev, like, the other people doing work. I would definitely be supporting them if you happen to be one of them people in the background. Life ain't easy, man. And we're trying to.
What do you think it is we do, though?
Preach the truth, bro. The logic. You take it to its roots. You take it all the way down to the roots. There's no further to take it than what you do, Bev. That's why they talk shit. They still watch all your shit, dude. All the people, they still watch your videos, man. Yeah. And the only problem is they ain't sharing it. They've stumped us. Oh, but they're slowing us down. They can't stop you, bro. They're slowing you down. The truth is the truth, bro. Logic is logic.
But it's also logic. See, this is the problem, I think. The arena that somebody's put us in, we don't actually belong in. Or I don't. I came in this to find out, to catch liars, really, and to find, a way to help my son grow up modern day times.
Bro, this
what
shit's
we've done is found ourselves in an arena that literally doesn't want us in it.
You think that, but it might be after you die, bro. You'll go down in history, bro. This shit's catching like fire.
Nah, I think it's obvious and simple, right? The advanced simplicity is what's going on and what we do. But it's not within this model bullshit.
Yeah, but the way I see it, bro, like I've almost got this shit worked out completely. A model, like a working model on navigation and shit. Like, and if I can do this in my garage on my off time while I sell concrete jobs and shit, bro, these machine heads, these mathematicians, they're gonna have to join us at some point. You know, the old saying, if you can't beat them, join them. And we've been chipping away. And yeah, well, I don't care what, I didn't ask you if it's spreading. I'm telling you, it's spreading like fire, bro. It's spreading like fire on TikTok. I mean, dude, it's spreading. Look, walk around. There's no more knee jerk reaction to where if you claim shit, dude, it's like oh, I don't believe that. Or it used to be like a, like just a laugh, bro. That's done. That's gone. They've already lost the knee jerk reaction itself, except for with a, you know, the few that stay under rocks, but they'll be gone soon, 20, 30 years. The people hiding under rocks will be gone, bro. And then it'll be even more of a debate. And it's a great debate. I don't care what side of it you're on. It needs to be addressed, but they'll have to join eventually. And, or they'll have to, you know, start being honest, you know, instead of calling all this horse shit. Like, dude, I watched Through the Wormhole, all this dumb shit, dude. I thought I was smart watching all this shit. I knew more than everybody else because I thought I invented time travel, bro, by freaking with particles tied up and shit. Or I literally thought I got an idea for time travel, bro. I'm an idiot, dude. I'm so ashamed of myself, like, and believing in all this scientific pseudoscience bullshit. Now you wake up to reality, man, and it is as simple as level being horizontal, bro. And that's the irony of it all. It's that simple, Bev. It all boils down to level being horizontal.
It all boils down to a straight line being straight. It's much simpler than level being horizontal. It's being able to prove something to yourself is all it is, really. People get frightened of it. I don't know why. So clouded by models and shit. They don't even know that they don't have any proof at all.
I know this is a long shot, Bev, but do you think, like, when you walk outside some days and look around, do you think we kind of see in like a dome, like around us? Like, I'm not trying to hold you accountable to anything, but don't it seem like it's just like a dome above us? I know I'm not claiming there is one because I literally don't think there is one, but it does kind of seem like that when just looking around.
Not
it does kind of give the appearance.
Not to me.
It doesn't seem like a dome around you. Well, that's
No.
weird. I had somewhere to go with that, bro, but if I'll save it.
No, it's
just
just
weird. It's just-
reality.
Yeah, it is just reality. But how the clouds go down, you know, to the horizon and all that shit, it's just, I just feel like, you know, it just seems like a little miniature hemisphere everywhere I go.
No, I think I've got a pretty good grip of it because I have actually looked into this. Like my son's got,
Yeah, I'm not talking about looking into it, bro. I'm talking about,
cameras, right? So
I'm talking about just, I got one too, bro. I got a P1000. I've done hours of observation, bro. Like, until my feet were wrinkly and the feet in the water. But I'm just saying, like, just walking outside, I'm not talking about it in our minds. You walk outside, it's just what it looks like, dude. It looks like that. I'm not talking about zooming in and doing the math and the angles or the distance. I'm just saying just what it looks like around us. It does look like that. There's no, it could be that, because that would mean we live on some tiny little globe. I'm just saying that's just what we see. When I look at the stars, they look like I'm in a planetarium, bro. I don't care what you say. You don't even have to agree with me, bro. But that's what the fuck you see when you walk outside and look at the stars. You see a fucking dome around you, bro. You can, I don't know. Maybe I should have led with the stars. It's just what we see, bro. It's just what we see. I don't know what they are or nothing like that, man. But it's just what we see. And if I take it further than that, I'm gonna say that if it is just what we see, it's the same thing with planes. If you look at them close to the horizon, they look like they're going straight down. We know they're not. But so if you look at it a certain way, you can imagine this, and it is imaginometry kind of. But then you could come up with the thing that, okay, well, if I see this star and it appears, no matter what's happening, it could be just shooting off in a straight line, but it appears to be dropping down to the horizon. It appears to be. Then I could come up with a math for that. I could come up with a math for that to use it for like sailing and shit like that, to say that, look, I know it's not curving, it's not an actual dome, but it's an apparent dome, and it appears like a certain amount of miles per degree. And I could use that. But if I know they're going in a circle, despite the dome and all that shit, I can chart them as doing a circle. not a spherical circle, but just a flat circle. And that's what the almanac does. It's just the stars doing a big circle. There's no equator, them going another way or counterclockwise. It's just all circles around Polaris. And that's what I'm trying to point out to people with this navigation on a flat Earth is that the almanac's just showing circles, and from Polaris, year in, year out, same thing. And I feel like that might wake people up, or it might at least intrigue people to seeing other options and everything, man. And that's where I'm at with that. That's all I got.
Well, Blue Marble is he needs to realize, I think, what reciprocal zenith angles actually are. He doesn't understand, and that's unfortunate. But hopefully, it will help us to let everybody see the realizing Euclid test.
Does he think that he could just turn around, like face one way through an auto level, and then turn around and face the other way, and you got reciprocal angles? Is that what he thinks? Just out of curiosity.
He doesn't realize how bad a position he is in.
Yeah. Well, Blue, there's a reason you drew 180. Okay? And if you want to assume anything in the distance, then be my guest. Make them assumptions. That, to me, is what the debate's about. You want to go out there and find a perfect time where you can try and prove this shit? Yeah. Well, check it an hour later, Blue. Check it an hour after that, Blue. Check it an hour after that. Well, yeah, it's refraction. It's a globe. It's refracting. No, it's always changing. Let's be honest to the people listening. It's always, when you're looking that distance, shit is unstable and improvable. That's honesty, just at its roots, bro.
Come on, Blue, smack talk a bit more. We hopefully we'll be explaining to people exactly where the problem is. Blue Marble has got he's beckoning you. He's getting his fucking little belly dancing thing going on. Going, come to me, Brian. Blue Marble.
Yeah, well, I will. He could suck me right in too, bro. I'll come dancing in like a cobra, bro. Like if he plays the right tune. But I'll say this: that is a show of respect. At least he had the respect for me and you to take down that fucking, excuse my language, God, I gotta stop, to take down that Aristosthenes.
I know, at least he does realise how bad the Aristosthenes is. A load of fucking bullshit. But like even Beddy said it was illogical. He's obviously realised how bad that was.
I really think it's me putting in a right triangle and showing that it's 500 miles on a flat Earth too, Blue. Like, well... Like it might be off. Well, that's a half mile different. Yeah, well, pace it off, man, and prove me wrong.
There's always a stolen concept for you to find. Any one of the Blue Marble claims.
It's why I miss Sugar Cookie. He'd be like, it's 500.5 miles, Brian. God damn it, it's a sphere. It's a sphere, God damn it, Brian. It's not 500, it's 500.5 miles, Brian. That's why I miss Sugar Karen, dude. He did a perfect Blue Marble science, man.
Oh, is that what you were doing? Was that a Blue Marble science, that?
Yeah, it's a sphere, God damn it. It's hard. It's a tough one, dude. It's a sphere, God damn it. If it were, like, I've already did the test, Brian, and if it were flat, then it'd be big and round at the bottom. There's no way. I've did the Cavendish test, Brian.
I think you should leave the voices to other people, I think.
Yeah, I know. But, dude, that's why I miss Sugar Karen, man. What happened to Sugar Cookie, man? Just disappeared, man.
He's around. No, he's around.
Tell him to hit me up, man, please.
I'll let him know next time we see him.
Bro, if you let me just say this, bro. I missed it. Tell me.
Blue marbles, I don't know whether that's going to be allowed.
Oh my
There
God,
you go,
dude.
look at blue.
Anybody who hadn't seen Austin, okay,
Perhaps
I don't
you
give a
should
fuck.
do a whole show as blue marble. Thank you.
I went on there, bro. They taught me all about they taught me all about freaking Kepler's law, and I had it out with them, trying to go at them with gravity, trying to come within their own model, And like I said, I'm model afflicted. I'm on the other side of model afflicted, but still afflicted nonetheless. Like I'm still trying to figure shit out, and that's why I don't deny it, from my point of view. And I still love bringing it to its roots, though, Bev. That's why I join every now and then, bro, because it does boil down to the roots, and we all know that. And but I'll say this, like I got to give a shout out to Austin. Like people are arguing about each or that, Who cares about all that? Just watch this son of a bitch be fool FTFE, McToon, all these PhDs, all this. Like he literally is a machine head. I mean, at its best, like he retains everything he reads. He's read every fucking paper. Excuse my language again. He's literally read. That's all he does all day is read papers and find holes in the model, because scientists, it turns out, are actually honest. The data don't lie. And so the pseudoscientists lie, but the data's still there. And then you have, and he takes what Einstein and Mach and all these people said, and he throws it right in their face, and they literally have nowhere to go. Like they literally can't prove that we're moving. And in their own words, with their own mathematics, he gives you kinematic equations and dynamic. I mean, it's like ridiculous, dude. He's literally, even FTFE was like, I submit that I was wrong in the debate, Austin. And I like that. I like that a flat earther taught me something. This is his chicken shit way of conceding. First time I've ever in my life seen this knucklehead concede. He's such a pompous brat, bro. We all know that. And he conceded to Austin and said he appreciates being taught something by flat earth, because Austin made him look like a fool live on ADL server on Discord. I think it's Anti-Disinformation League, bro. Check it out. Check out Troubling Tribune. Like they're doing good shit, bro. And they are model afflicted too, but they're literally fighting on the same team. You don't have to agree with it all. They're not going to hold nothing against you for not agreeing with everything they say, but watch them take a steaming shit on the top globers. It's so funny, dude. So funny. There's nothing. If you need a good laugh or you want to get put in a good mood, just watch him take a steaming shit on everything they claim.
I don't
because he
think
holds them to it.
you should go after the. I think they're troubled people. Don't think you should be mocking them. Personally,
Really?
Yeah.
They'd throw your ass in jail if they could.
That's because they're troubled people.
They'd take everything away and don't think they're not trying, bro. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are psychopaths, dude. Literal psychopaths.
Yeah, which is why you shouldn't be engaging.
Dude, I'm not like that. I don't have a bone in my body that likes to turn around and doop-de-doo. Bro, I confront psychopaths and shit like that. And if I'm the psychopath, I want to know. I would like to. I've got kids, grandkids, bro. I've got limited time, bro. I'm not gonna bury my head in the sand, Bev. I don't have a bone in my body that's willing to do that, bro. I speak out for truth. And what he does is he shows them the real science, their own science, I might add, and throws at them. He brings papers, bro. Now they're having to literally read papers and shit because they make a claim. And he's like, no, well, here's the paper. Here's your data. Dude, even PhD Tony, I mean, McToon, Fight the Flat Earth, they think they're psychopaths, dude. And they'll realize it, hopefully, before it's over with. But even if they don't, bro, he's literally looking at the data, looking at the actual science, and cramming it down their throat, dude, and humiliating them, man. And yeah, if they're gonna call me a child abuser or something like that, and I watch them get put in their place as being dishonest, then it would cheer me up, bro. But not a bone in my body's ever gonna make me bury my head in the sand, bro. It's not in me, bro.
They praise people like that, though, right?
They did.
No, they still do. They still do.
Impractical Jokers don't.
Fight the Flat Earth's still around, isn't he? He's doing better even since.
I don't think so, bro.
He
Pretty sure.
He got that money paid gig, didn't he, with Bro Sanchez? That paid one
Didn't
where
he?
you had to.
Yeah, but ain't he in court right now? Didn't he just get hit with a copyright, bro, from K Rhino and them, bro, about the song? I mean, ain't he done for? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's not doing great, bro. Yeah, he's got a fucking copyright up his ass every stream he's ever done.
Yeah, but he's still making money. That's going to be publicity for him. It's
They're
praise.
getting his money, bro. Ain't they? That's what they're trying to do. Get his money. They don't give a shit about him.
Mm. Well, I'd say that it's lauded. People enjoy that sort of stuff. That's what this arena is. It's all about the drama.
The question is if whatever he made on these videos with super chats and everything. I mean, if you're making like 10 grand a month, are you gonna, and your copyright, you know, are you gonna let it keep playing for a while till shit gets tough, or what? When are you gonna make your claim? You know, I'm just asking. What would you do? I don't know. I'd probably say something right away. Maybe negotiate.
How much do you think he's earning? He gets it all through subs,
probably about 10.
he? And his super chats.
10, 20 grand a month is just a guess. Looking at his super chats, I've never actually done the math, but does about what? About 4 grand a stream?
I doubt it. Like he was nearly in tears when he got his he did that thing with Ranty, didn't he? And he said that was his best stream, and that was only about 1-2 grand. That was his best super chat night ever. Yeah.
How long ago was that?
Not that much.
How long ago was that?
Oh, a few months ago.
That's his best stream ever.
That's his best super chat night ever. He was saying.
$2 grand. Well,
he was in tears.
I stand corrected. And yeah, if he's only making $1,000 a stream, or 500, you know, I stand corrected.
Yeah, probably most of the time. I doubt it'd even make that.
It's messed up. Like your people who are doing the work
in the background,
like,
right?
Like Blue, you watch one of his streams. He should be like, if you're gonna pay somebody, pay the people doing the work. You know, like Blue, he's making the red dots. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody who's actually gonna make the red dots should be getting something, dude. And Blue's out there making red dots and tilting verticals for everybody, man. Shouldn't he be getting good money, man? You know, the people who tilt the verticals.
Detected earthquakes. No, I mean, like, he knows he's never measured any angles. He's just promoting Jesse and Larry. You know, like, he can't back it up for himself. He's just hoping. He's, like, praying to the monad that somebody's going to come and save him and show him exactly what the reciprocal zenith angles are. But unfortunately, nobody's going to come and help him.
Bro,
he doesn't know what the fuck it is. No, I don't think many people actually understand what Blue Marble's attempting to do. Many people have tried. They've gone mad in the history books.
The details, bro. Look at the details, bro. Like I could just take his reciprocal zenith angles and just show a Slice Sparkane video where he spread out these lanterns over about the same distance. And did a time lapse, bro, and we seen him dance. We seen him line up in a straight line. We seen him go concave, convex, and then back to flat, and then back to convex, back to flat, and back to concave. Bro, we literally watched a time lapse of from night to day, from day to night, back to day, and we watched him dance around from flat to concave to convex and back over and over again. If you're gonna about
I don't know. I think he's just like that.
Sorry about that. But if you're going to use optics over that distance, then look at your own people's videos, like your own people. Like I literally made a video of Slash Barcane. He's sitting there going through the time lapse, and he gets one that's convex, and like showing globe looking numbers. He's like, "Oh, here's a good one." What are you talking about? A good one? Oh, not a flat or concave one. Oh, he's got a good convex one. Here's a good one here. Like I'm like, I literally made a video out of that. Like he literally lays out the freaking what should be curving level lanterns, but unfortunately he's going by optics in real world, so he's seeing the fluctuations, of what we see in the real world. And they can do all the mathematics they want. They can draw red dots and tilt verticals, but that's what's in contention, is that very tilted vertical itself. You want to prove it, that's what we're waiting on. You want to get me on your team, prove that vertical is tilted, because that's what's in question. Don't just tilt it.
Come on, Bryce. Stop fucking saying it. It's so fucking ridiculous. Nobody else would ever accept that. Right? There's only this arena. Just because Blue's got it wrote down on a fucking slide, don't start using it. Right? It's ridiculous. People don't need to hear it. Because the more people hear it, the more people will come accustomed to it. And they'll start to go along with it. It's fucking ridiculous.
Maybe so, but that was personal honesty. Like that to me is what I've been arguing, is that there is no tilting freaking plumb bobs. That's a joke to me and everything I've ever done, bro. So that was personal and honest, bro. I'm just saying.
Well, I guess the thing I'm trying to say, and this goes to most people as well, it's like, what can you prove? Because that's what you should be thinking of, not what everybody else claims or what other people have said about shit. Because that means nothing. It's like, what can you prove?
Who was it? Who was that who said that if you prove that level is horizontal, then you've proven it's not spherical? There's a short video you made right before this stream.
Betty the Globe Logician.
Yeah. At least he's honest. He said straight up, if you can prove levels horizontal, then you have disproven a globe.
Yeah, and if you can prove the globe, then you can disprove level being horizontal. Challenge is on. It seems to be only one thing that needs to be proved. Now, can you prove it?
Easily.
First off, you need to be able to prove a straight line, right?
Yeah. That's the base. Yeah, that's where it all starts.
But everybody's too scared to acknowledge the fact that they can't prove it.
It's pretty easily proven, man. I don't know what the problem is.
Well,
but I know there is one.
Well, it seems like that is all that's needed. But who wants it? Who cares? Blue Marble says nobody claims plumb bobs are tilting at the plumb bob, Brian.
No, Blue. Plumb bobs tilt. Yeah, just the sound. At least he's absurdity of it, right, Bev? Whether he wants to say, well, if you go far away, then you tilt. You get tilt because of the ball. At least he hears the absurdity of tilting fucking plumb bobs. God, yeah. I gotta watch my language. I'm so sorry.
It's like not this plumb bob. That plumb bob is the one that's tilting. Like, don't say that plumb bobs are tilting, because it's not plumb bobs that are tilting. Apart from this plumb bob that isn't tilting, every other plumb bob is tilting. That's what Blue means to say, right? If you took it as a percentage of which plumb bobs aren't tilting, it would be a minority, right?
Local.
Yeah, because there's only ever one plumb bob that isn't tilting. All of the others are tilting, isn't it, Blue? So it's a misrepresentation to say that plumb bobs are tilting.
You'd think they'd change their argument
Fucking stupid argument, Blue. Fucking grow up, man.
You'd think they'd change their argument to you know, where no, maybe that is their argument, where plumb bobs are parallel locally, but that is their argument. That is their dumbass argument. Like, bro.
No, you can't. They're parallel. There's no parallel.
You can't.
No,
they can't be.
There isn't one parallel.
Not even an inch apart.
Absolutely.
So quit trying to act like, well, you know, we build everything. We build our world because, you know, maybe they seem to be parallel. So are our buildings flat or are they level? Which one? You can't have both in your world. Every slab I've ever built.
Why'd you go to that? Right? Why'd you go to that?
Man,
he's having a go at you for noticing that the plumb bobs tilt, right? And he's saying to you, the plumb bobs don't tilt at the plumb bob. Right? I hope you realise that Blue Marble's telling you that the plumb bobs don't tilt at the plumb bob.
Right. Until you get out at a distance.
Yeah, no. No, the plumb bobs, where the plumb bobs are, they don't tilt. That's what he's telling you. Plumb bobs don't tilt.
Well, you heard what Charles told you. Charles said, you know, well, if we're building something, then the plumb bobs aren't tilting, you know. But once you leave construction site, and you do, that's so funny what you said. Like we should make a unit of measurement, like construction site. One construction site, or how many construction sites is that? Is that like 4 construction sites? But that was perfect.
Well, there is another saying as well that I'll be clipping out, hopefully, of some of the recent conversations that because it was Beddy, wasn't it? I think I put that. Let me just get that right, because this is the way that they do logic at the minute, and they've got obviously Blue Marbles. They've brought in Beddy.
Yeah.
Who is
I think the master logician.
Yeah, and this is his logical argument, right? So, if the Earth is a globe, then no verticals are parallel. If no verticals are parallel, then level is not horizontal. Hence, if the Earth is a globe, level is not horizontal. But for the Earth is a globe, therefore level is not horizontal. QED, right? Now, it's a nice little argument that's set up like that. He's put all no verticals are parallel. That's none. No. Zero.
Man, can I just like call it a win? Like, just give me one day, man. We took sticks and shadows off the field. We took it off the chart. It's, you know, at least we got rid of sticks and shadows, man. You know, that's like a 2012 argument. So we're making some progress, right? So they took sticks and shadows. I'll call that a win for today, Bev. I'm gonna sleep good tonight, if nothing else.
Well, let us finish this argument. Can you tell me what the Black Swan would be for that argument?
It's so funny, bro. Bro, it's so funny because it just so happens today, like I almost churched it up earlier, like I've been doing today, the first time I've ever put flags down and markers, literally with a stick and a shadow, dude. I swear to God on my life and everything I love. I literally did it today, and today he erases his video about sticks and shadows. That's like some kind of universe, like karma or some shit, you know. At least that's how I'm gonna see it. Is like the first day I measure them and I'm seeing like something I wanted to question them about, and they take it down because it literally is a joke. To me, that's progress. It's small. It's one small step, but it's something.
Do you know what the Black Swan is for that argument that Beddy's given?
The Black Swan, as in for the sticks and shadows? He's got a Black Swan?
No, for the logic argument that Beddy's, the one that I just read out.
Let me think. So in other words, he tries to say opposite. How can they claim a black swan if everything else is a white swan? How could they have a black swan and still have a model? I must have missed it. But I was just talking to my wife. I must have missed something. It sounds important. Will you please
so
repeat it?
Logic. Betty's logical statement. If the Earth is a globe, dogmatic, then no verticals are parallel. If no verticals are parallel, then level is not horizontal. Hence, it's a logical argument. I don't know, he's added that in. If the Earth is a globe, level is not horizontal. But the Earth is a globe, therefore level is not horizontal. QED. That's demonstrated according to Betty.
That's fine, man. If if he wants to change some definitions, then he might be able to sell that. But I mean, that's as good as mine, right?
Do you know what?
If the Earth is flat, if the Earth is no, not flat. Let's say this: if level is horizontal, okay. If level is horizontal and a square is 2-dimensional. Boy, you remember my argument, man, with the square on the surface of Earth. I forgot the logical part of it, but I tried to make something logical out of it. Like if the globe, or if the Earth is horizontal, then I can measure a square by multiplying length times width or something like that. And then like I multiply a square, get the area of a square using length times width. Therefore, I forgot, but I tried. Go ahead.
This argument. Do you know what the black swan is for Betty's argument?
That's not a black swan.
No, but do you know what the black swan is for that argument? Do you know what? Like
don't tell me the red dots.
If the claim is right, all swans are white.
Right, there's a measurement. Right. Then
okay. No, wait a minute. It's an all statement, right? So what Betty says, no verticals are parallel. All swans are white. No verticals are parallel. Okay? You can see the association. So what's the black swan for that argument?
It'd be a black swan for us, and it would be a measurement of parallel, right?
How many?
One.
No. You need more than one, don't you? Have for parallel verticals. In order to black swan.
Two.
Yeah. In order to black swan that argument that Betty's give you, right? Or he's give the Globers this argument. In order for you to do a black swan of that argument, all you have to do is find 2 verticals that are parallel. Now, our brilliant mathematician, Flat Earth Math, the other day, gave us a building site full of parallel verticals. Didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Right, now, what does a black swan do to the argument?
It proves it.
It it's a not Q, isn't it?
Destroys it.
Yeah. So what's the not Q?
Not
P. Yeah. For that statement that Betty's give us.
He didn't hear about the unit of measurement that we call a construction site.
Well, yeah, but what is it? Tell us what do we do? Not P.
He never defined. We got to get back with Charles, right?
If the Earth is a globe, right? That's your P, and we've already given not Q, therefore not P. What's the not P statement?
That's simply brilliant, man.
You've no globe.
In other words,
right? So Flat Earth Math proved through Betty's logic that the Earth is not a globe. Can't be.
Flat Earth Math has totally proven it, and he's labeled it. Like he literally labeled I mean, he named it a construction site, and he didn't completely define it, but he gave us something to go on. So, in other words, within a construction site, whether that be a 100 feet or, I mean, that's Flat Earth Math's That's his logic. That's his measurement. You know, he just labeled it a construction site. So you could have 2 construction sites, but within 3 construction sites, who knows what could happen? But yeah, within 1 construction site, then yeah, verticals are parallel.
So
Yeah,
what
that's
Blue
genius, bro.
Marbles
Genius.
Blue Marbles has brought in a logician, Mike Jones's friend, you know, possible Jesse Kozlowski, has brought in an argument and given the Globers like a rock solid globe argument here. So all you have to do to falsify this globe argument and to falsify the globe is just find 2 parallel verticals.
Bro, that's why we need you, bro. I'm telling you, man. Besides the vocabulary and all that stuff, man, and the humor and the logic and the simplicity, bro, just putting 2 and 2 together like that, dude. That's like,
it's just an argument.
Dude, but nobody else sees it like that, man. That's worth something, brother. Just saying.
Well, that's all we're here for, just to bring the arguments. Check the arguments. I mean, it's strange that everybody else is in an arena that's called debate, and
they don't
know what an argument is.
That's the unfortunate part of it, bro, is you have the ability to hold shit down at its roots, okay? For lack of a better way to put it. You hold shit down at its roots, advanced simplicity. And the problem is that does backfire a lot on Flat Earth. And for any Flat Earthers out there listening, especially on the fence, you know, dude, it is what it is.
Don't come into this arena.
No, I mean, just no, see logic. It is what it is. Like, if you take shit down to its roots, you're arguing against logic. Like, you can argue against logic all you want, and look what you lose the ability. He just by one Glober's claims, another Glober's claims, just listening to them is literally just PQ'd them into a corner. Literally. I mean, just by paying attention to the logic of it. And so that to me is more valuable than any debate or any clip in the freaking debate where, you know, where nobody could say anything, or, you know, you want to shut down a conversation. Yeah, you could get good at shutting down a conversation. But if you want to take it to the logic and its roots, that's worth something, dude. And nobody else has seen it, said it.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Hex is in the chat. You best go and have a word with Flat Earth Math, Hex. I think they might be able to get a clip from on, when was it, Friday? Flat Earth Math came over, Hex. Go and have a listen. See what you can find.
Even if I'm being nice, I could say that within half of a construction site, we can easily measure verticals, parallel verticals, within half a construction site. You know, maybe it's difficult. I don't think it is, but, you know, but a quarter of a construction site, whatever that is, yeah, we can easily measure and show that verticals are certainly parallel. That's like a real world measurement.
Well, you have to be careful. You have to be careful. You saying that gets you monitored around here. You best off never mentioning that. Keep ixnay on there.
Yeah, you're right. I might want to quiet up, man.
You can say things like if a horizontal has any length at all, then 2 perpendiculars to that horizontal will be parallel. Say things like that, right? Because that's an assertion of truth. But the problem becomes then that you can't have a horizontal, right?
That's complicated, man. That's complicated, man.
It's called an enthymeme. It's how you use how logic works best.
Man, we got to get an estimate. Maybe he's not listening, and maybe we can get him to give us like some number, like construction site. You know, what is a construction site, Charles? You know, we'll give that's a unit of measurement, but like, what is that, like 100 yards? You know, be conservative, Charles. 50 yards. You know, just give us something to work with here. Maybe he ain't listening, and he'll give us a distance. That'd be hilarious. But no, Charles is all right. At least he is willing to come in and have the conversation, man. And he's cordial about it. I think he's on the wrong side of the logic. I think deep down he knows that. But he's all right guy, man. I don't agree with much he says, but I think he's not a piece of junk. He'd never talk about your children or your family or nothing like that, man. He's a stand up. He's all right guy, man.
Mm.
Maybe wait, Bev. Maybe that's what
I think he's even worse than that, to be honest.
Maybe so, but maybe, dude, maybe that's the old Stadia, right? We're calling it a construction site, right? Maybe that's what they used to call it back then. It's a Stadia. That's old, like Spain.
Maybe you could compare it to a Stadia, as if nobody actually knows the size of the building site, right? It could. It's like a local sort of thing, isn't it?
Exactly, man. It's a like Stadia, modern day Stadia, brother. That's all it is, man. They used to call, they finally come down. They had the same argument as we did back then, and they boiled it down to, yeah, you know what? We'll give you that. Verticals are parallel within a construction site or
you just need to know that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Then you need to know whether it's possible to establish a horizontal plane. Other than that, you just need realizing Euclid. You just need to know the practicality of reality. It's a certain group of people who I'm thinking are a little bit delusional. Slightly obsessed with I'm considering it a religion, probably one of the strongest faith-based religions there ever has been. And I know a lot of them will get really upset at that, and they'll get defensive. Redefining horizontal. Based on a faith. I call it a model affliction, but I think they call it a very, very, very strong faith in a model. And the shadow giants. Yeah, I must have much faith in the shadow giants.
You there, man?
Hello. I'm just reading Hex. I don't know. Is it you? Far away? Is my mic, my headset gone?
I'm clear. I hear you talking clear. Fine. You did warn me, bro.
I don't think I can. It might be hot mic. Who's that? Starcoder. No way. Starcoder did that.
Microphone check. What is it?
No, I don't think that's working, Bright.
That's okay, man. That was a fun show, bro. I would let you go, brother, but that was a fun show.
Yeah, I think your mic's...
Friday.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Bri. Blue, what's going on about? Horizontals. Horizontals are parallel, definitely. Horizontal planes are parallel. I know you've got an idea, a different idea of horizontal now. I've heard a lot of people say it just recently. I mean, everybody wants to say it. I mean, we were going on about it a bit ago. Perpendicular. You realise perpendicular is a straight line, don't you? The consequences of it. Does that prove that perpendicular's straight line? Wow, like really strange people in the chat. Blue marble scientists. I don't know why people end up saying stupid shit like this. If everybody's listening, looking in on the chat, I think it might be Beddy's logic. I think most people who are out there in reality would be shocked at seeing Beddy's logic. I mean, does it look like a flat earth logic to people looking in from the outside? Like, what is that? Starcodder's got thumbs up on it. Thumbs up reacted by Starcodder. He thinks it's good. It's good that all you need to do to know if you want to disprove the globe through Beddy logic is find two verticals that are parallel. And in order to do that, you've just got to find a horizontal that they can both be perpendicular to. Simple as that, really. Geometrically, anyway. But then a certain group of people had asked you to doubt that they were both perpendicular to a level. That you couldn't tell. But they actually aren't. Because if they were, you'd be falsifying a globe, according to Beddy. So, there you go. I think I might do a little bit of a video, especially for this. How to disprove the globe through using Beddy logic. Blue Marble Science is top logician. Because you would literally have to deny two plumb bobs passing a water level are not both perpendicular to it. Can you imagine? Consequences. Terrible. So everybody's up. Starkadder thinks it's good. Thinks it's good that all you need is two verticals that might be parallel to each other to give you a chance of falsifying the globe. Thanks, Betty. Obviously dogmatic globe, right? Because it's the dogmatic globe that where this logic comes from. So if you want to help disprove the dogmatic globe, or you could prove the globe dogmatic by watching how the religious people will defend such logic. Right, Buster song, time for us to go. Like I said, we are doing some stuff. There is some really good proof stuff coming. Specifically for, it's for the geometry based people. Simple geometry to give you an idea on where proofs come from and how you can prove straight, perpendicular through geometry, and the consequences, reductio ad absurdums. We've got it all, really. So if you want to come in and get involved with it, it might take a bit for people to get switched on to how logic works. But we can be doing because we've got Spaghetti Boy as well that did it. There's a few little bits that I can put together for the arguments. Right. What do we have to Buster? I still like the sea level one. I hope you're still listening, Blue. Join us tomorrow, Tuesday's Logic Night. Was a bit heavy on the model Affliction tonight, like a lot heavy. But I guess that's what Mondays are for. Thanks for joining us, and we will be back tomorrow, usual time, 8 o'clock. Listen to Blue. Assumption number 1: a vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Makes the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it, right? Okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
That's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump in space, Bev. Yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's bridge proof, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
So you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no
No,
hump.
it's horizontal.
It's a
Blue.
really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no
In
curve
reality-
to a
In
horizontal.
reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
No,
So
not
they
by the
would meet
definition.
that
No,
description.
Bev, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and it doesn't. I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think? I think I destroyed you is what I think. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal, Blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel.
They come up.